a little bit about what Nebraska Game and Parks has to offer as far as some educational resources. So my name is Monica McCoubrey, and I am the Wildlife Education Specialist for the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission, and I'm located here in the Lincoln office.
Yep, and I'll introduce myself. My name is Grace Gard, and I also work with Monica in Lincoln in the Fish and Wildlife Education Division, and I focus more on aquatic education. So yeah, we're excited to talk to you about our resources today.
Awesome. All right, so we'll go ahead and just get started. We have a few resources that are physical things that we can send you or that we have, and then we also have some things that we can't send you, but that you can check out, and we also have some virtual resources as well. All right, so talking a little bit about what Nebraska Game and Parks does. When a lot of people think of game and parks, they think of hunting and fishing in our parks, and that is a lot of what we do, but we do a lot of ecological education as well. So when people think about that, it's more than just talking to people about facts and talking to them about the environment. So there's a lot of that, but it's also talking about patterns and principles of ecology and systems, and talking a lot about not what to think, but how to think as well. And that's a lot of the stuff that we work on as far as our division. So what do we actually do? What does that all entail? Well, education at Game and Parks looks very different depending on what division you're in or what program you're looking at. It's kind of confusing. It's not all under one umbrella, but we have a lot of different things as far as education, everything from, national archery in the school program. We have family fishing nights. We have facilitator workshops for teachers, such as things like Project Wild, or we have things like Trout in the Classroom, which Grace is going to talk about a little bit here. But then we also have things like outdoor classrooms and community science. So there's always some aspect of education as far as Game and Parks. It just could look very different as far as what program and even what group of animals you really want to work with. All right, so we can help. We have tons of resources, which a lot of people don't know about. Things that are interdisciplinary lessons for teachers. I'm talking about science and math and language arts and all these different subjects. And we will meet state standards as well. That's a very important thing for teachers. And I'm sure being part of a library, you also want to make that a key objective for you as well. All right, so one of the things that we do a lot of these actually are educator workshops. So we will readily admit that we are not trained teachers. We don't have teaching certificates, but we are here to bring that content knowledge, hopefully to things that you're already incorporating into your classroom, but we're here to kind of help you with that. So there's a couple of really good programs and curriculums out there. One that I kind of mentioned earlier, Project Wild, is one that we do a lot, and it started very popular, and then there's a lot more other curriculums that go along with that as well. So we will actually train educators, this is formal and informal educators, in something called Project Wild. That's kind of where it all started, and then it was so popular, it became also Aquatic Wild. So these are fairly good sized resources. You can see that they're pretty thick. There's a lot of awesome hands-on, minds-on. It's a big curriculum as far as K through 12 formal and informal educators. So if you look, there's Project Wild and Aquatic Wild. Project Wild is talking a lot about those terrestrial animals, so things that you're going to find on land. But there's also one called Aquatic Wild, which probably guess it, is talking about aquatic animals. This one is also K through 12, and this talks a lot about things that have to do with water, whether that be a watershed, a tide pool, the ocean, lakes, rivers, streams, basically anything that deals with something that lives in the water. One thing that's awesome about these two guides is they're very interconnected with each other. They reference each other a lot, and there's also extension activities. So if you like something in Aquatic Wild, it will show you how to do it in Project Wild and vice versa. All right, so Project Wild started in the 80s. It was super popular. Aquatic Wild came about, but then people were like, we need something for younger students. So especially in the age range of 3 to 7-year-olds, this is a critical time to get them outside, get them making observations, kind of understanding that world around them, that natural world. So STEM, Growing Up Wild, which is a little bit different. It's mostly, again, for those younger students, but this will have a kind of a larger subject matter. It talks about art, music, but then also, again, conservation, science, and math connections. And again, it's getting those students, those very, very young students out in nature and starting to be comfortable out there. So it's a full color guide, very, very cool. It has lots of 27 hands-on nature-based activities, but within each activity, there's probably, I don't know, 100 more activities. They're broken up and they're very little. There's also social, emotional, physical language. There's also cognitive domains as well. So it explores that wide range of subject areas. Right, and so popular from Growing Up Wild, Project Wild, Aquatic Wild, there's also something called Flying Wild, which is a little bit more geared towards that middle school age range, but please don't let that deter you. If you're like, I don't work with middle school students, you can make this work with just about anybody. As you probably guessed it, this one works a lot with birds. So this is an educator guide solely to birds. Everything from migration and adaptations and management, stewardship, all of those different things. But again, using birds to teach about the environment and conservation and wildlife management. All right, so these are things that are already pre-made. This is a national program. It's in 13 other countries. But then we also have teachers and educators and library people that want us to talk about different subjects, or maybe subjects that are more closely geographically isolated, or things that they really want to talk about here in Nebraska. So we have done advanced trainings before. If you look through this list, this is just a simple few that we have done. It does not mean these are the only ones that we can do or will do. We're always looking to add new ones as well. So if you are interested and we can get a group of you interested, we will come in and do a workshop for you talking about some of these different topics or other topics, and we will help you find curriculum and activities that you can do that pertains to that topic as well. All right, so those were our curriculum guides. I also want to show you some of the supplemental publications that either the Parks has made or that we have feedback onto. These are things that we could send you if you are interested in them. All right, so Trail Tales might be something that you're very interested in. If you've heard of Nebraska Magazine, this is the 4th grade version, basically, of Nebraska. So each year, every 4th grade student in Nebraska will receive 4 Trail Tales issues. They will get a fall, winter, spring, and summer issue. And each one of these issues will focus on Nebraska-specific topics, anything from science and food webs and habitats and ecosystems, but also looking at those outdoor sports. So things like archery and a little bit of like hunting and angling as well. So in addition, there's like puzzles, there's games, there's full color photos, and these are free for 4th grade students, or if you're a teacher or if you know a teacher that would like to receive these in our classroom, they are free for that. You can also, the public can get them as a subscription, but then also if you're just a library person that works in the library and you really want these, we can get them to you as well. But one of the things I will just show you here, here's one of the newest ones for this year. There's articles in every single one. Actually, Grace, you wrote this article too. So this is about crayfish. So talking about different types of crayfish that we have in Nebraska, with different adaptations that they have. And then there's also things like body coverings in here. So these have a wide range of subjects when we're talking about them, but they are geared about that 4th grade level. So when reading them, about 4th grade is kind of the way that we go. All right, next thing that we have are these biodiversity sets of posters. These are really good to hang up in your classroom or in your library, wherever you're using them. We have 7 different posters that kind of recognize like the top 25 of those animals. So for instance, I put the fish one on here because I know your theme this year is kind of more geared towards the aquatic side. So on one side of this nice size poster, you have the state of Nebraska and you have 25 fish that kind of represent that category. They're supposed to be kind of towards the areas that you can find them. For instance, some of these fish are only found on the eastern side of the state, some are found central or the western side. They're kind of categorized by where they're found. And then on the back of the poster, it breaks it down by every single fish, and it gives you just a little bit more information about them. Where can you find them? What do they eat? What do they look like? That kind of stuff. So we have a mammal, bird, reptile, amphibian, plant. We have a T&E species, threatened endangered species, insects, and then of course the fish poster as well. All right, we also have some threatened and endangered species pamphlets. We have these printed off that you can request them, actual print version, or we do have them now online as well. And just looking at this, I do need to update this. Instead of 17, we do have all, I think, 30 of them now. So if you go to outdoornebraska.gov, you can find our threatened and endangered species pamphlets. Here's just kind of a screenshot of what you would find online. It tells you the description of the species. This one is about plants, it's about penicillin. There's also the range, habitat, population status, conservation health. So again, you can find this all online. You can print them up yourself, or we do have physical copies that we can send you if you are interested as well. All right, we also have some matching track games. These are super popular. People love them. We have a actual guide here that kind of gives you a little bit of information about some animals. It shows you the prints, the tracks, and then it also just gives you a short description and a photo of that animal. And then the idea is that we have some track cards that have the front foot and the back foot and a picture of the animal in these books on there. And the idea is that you would match them together as kind of a matching game. And then this guide would not only be interesting facts, but also your answer keys. So that is something that you can request as well. And then very similar to our Trail Tales magazines, we wanted things that were a little bit more specific. So we have what we call our ology magazines, not very scientific, but it's our ology magazines. So we have things like pollinatorology, reptileology, amphibianology, mammalogy, pollinatorology, birdology. So they're very similar to Trail Tales, but every single article is relating to that topic. And one thing about these that's a little different than Trail Tales is that every single article has an activity to go with it. So for instance, this one, how many words can you make with the word reptile? Or this next one, for instance, find the differences within the photos. So something that works with this as well. So this is something that you can request to get. We have, again, all the different ones on there, kind of depending on which one kind of matches your theme. All right, and then just a few other resources, something that you all might really be interested in is there's some education trunks and tips that you can check out for free. Everyone likes free things. So Project Wild, our education division, we have these trunks that are free to check out, and they have hands-on materials in them. We understand that if you want to talk about mammals or birds or that kind of stuff, you don't always have the resources, you don't have the space, and you don't really know what to get. So we have things in there. For instance, our mammal trunk here is pictured. It has skulls, it has pelts of those animals from Nebraska. It has a bunch of literature books, and it will also have things like replica tracks, so rubberized tracks of animals in Nebraska. And then it will also come with a binder of activities that deal with mammals at different grade levels. So these are already put together for you. I will give you the resource at the very end, and you can either call or email our staff person and just say, hey, I'd like to check it out. There's 9 of these, varies, but there's about 9 different trunks throughout the state. So hopefully within an hour, hour and a half of you, wherever you are, you can grab one of these trunks and use them for free if they're available. And one thing that Grace will talk about too is her aquatic trunk that really fits in with your theme this year as well. All right, so here's just a list of all the ones that we have. And again, I will give you that list at the end, or you can just go to nebraskaprojectwild.org and you can find more information about these too. And then there's all the locations again. All right, and then one more very large resource that we have, but it's also very nice to have, is we have now 4 trailers throughout the state that any group or organization can check out for free. Again, free. So these trailers, about 6 foot by 10 foot trailers that you would need a large truck or an SUV to haul, but they are pre-ready with 13 activities in there. So you pull out a tub, it says this is the tracks activity. There's everything in there that you need to do this activity. You clean stuff up, you put it away, and you go back on the shelf. So now we have trailers in North Platte, Lincoln, Scottsbluff, and Norfolk. And again, just like our trunks, you just call us or email us and say, hey, I really want to check this out for my library program this summer. I need it June 6th through 10th. And then we check and see if it's available. You come get it, you use it, you return it, and that's all it is. So very simple, and everything is already in here that you need to do a larger activity or a festival or something like that. All right, and then one thing that it's very limited, especially kind of in this COVID world that we're living in, and we're a very small staff, but we sometimes do come out and do physical programs. So we will come and talk to you about owls, or we'll come and talk to you about mammals or reptiles or whatever you're looking at having. It is extremely limited, though, I will give you that, but it does happen, and we do have that option. All right, and that is all I have. So I will stop sharing and let Grace talk.
Perfect. Let me share my screen. Let's see. Hold on. Take two. Okay, can you see my slides? Okay, perfect. All right, thanks, Monica. So I'm going to focus a little more on the aquatic specific education resources, and she touched on a few of them, and I'll kind of repeat a couple, but mostly these will all be ones we haven't talked about yet, so there is more. So just again, the aquatic wild workshops are something that, whether you're an actual formal teacher or if you work at the library, I think these activities work for everyone. We've used them a lot even in after school programming, so they can be flexible for what you need, which is awesome. So like she was kind of showing you, they're pretty thick. They have like 55 activities in them, with lots of other ways to expand, I think, if you just think creatively. So there's a list there of topics that we kind of cover, but like she mentioned, this is a national curriculum, so not a lot of it is very specific to Nebraska, but I will say when I do this workshop, we always try to tie in Nebraska specific things to it, just because, that really helps solidify learning when it's something that you can relate to and that you've seen before where you live. So we do like to try to tie it to local things, but this is still a great thing, especially because you guys, I think it's called Oceans of Possibilities or something. So there's definitely some ocean related activities in this curriculum as well. So yeah, this will be great. I know we're doing a couple workshops for libraries, and so if you're a part of that, then you'll get to see what's in this a little more detailed from the activities that we'll do with you, so you can know what it's like to do an activity. So another set of curriculum that is out there is called Project Wet. And again, it's a pretty big set of activities. There's a lot of things in there. It's set up really nice, just like Aquatic Wild and Project Wild, that it tells you what grade levels it's good for. It tells you a lot of the details you need to know to be successful when you implement an activity. And actually Project Wet is not run by us, but we can do those workshops as well. But the kind of where it's housed in Nebraska is under the Nebraska Forest Service. So they do workshops as well. So their contact and just their website's on here. But as you can see, this curriculum also was very successful. So they've branched off in a bunch of directions. They also have otherwise that, and they have some of these also just like little workbooks. So those are available pretty readily, I think, for you to be able to ask or request. We even have a few of these in our office that I don't need. They're just sitting on my shelf. So if you watch this and you're like, oh, I would love to have some of those, like this is all about watershed protection. This one's all about stormwater. Please feel free to email me, because I would love to send them to you so that they actually are being used by someone. But yeah, so there's lots of different branches. Even Discover a Watershed, that's designed for even older students. So there's a lot of great variety of activities depending on what age groups you're going to engage with at your library. And then Trout in the Classroom is a really great program that is originally designed. It's a national program designed for school settings. However, I've had quite a few, the library in the school will be the ones to host the tank, or I've had even just like the public library in North Platte, they had a tank for a year. So generally, if you join the program, we hope that you just continue year after year. But this is basically a program that's hoping to connect students to watersheds in their area and help them understand why water quality is important, how many things rely on it, wildlife, fish, all kinds of things. So we do a training with anyone who decides to join the program. We then in January, after you've been prepared and you have all the equipment you need set up, we send you around 200 eggs, and they grow throughout the spring semester, and then usually there's a big release at the end of the year where you get to release your fish. And we usually do this with schools so they get a field trip. So there could be a cool community event that goes along with this in a library setting. So lots of just cool possibilities with this. And this year we have 91 schools across the state participating. It's fully statewide, which is awesome. So really nice to have that program. And we have different activities you can do through it. We have a whole curriculum depending on age level that we've made. There's trout dissection, water quality testing, lots of hands-on things that students can do with the fish tank, with the fish, and just lots of great learning opportunities that I think can be really easily adapted to a library setting. So just something to keep in mind if you're interested in this. Some of the equipment can be kind of expensive, but we do often have scholarships available. So just be keeping that in mind if you're interested. The program, a new year of the program would be starting in about June to August. You would apply or just sign up to join, and then applications during that time as well. And then you would be starting the program next fall. So this year probably it's definitely too late. So just keep that in your mind if you would like to join next year. And then touching on those aquatic or the trunks, the education trunks, we have one specific to aquatic ecology. And basically what's in it is there are different tools and books and things to help you basically do a water quality assessment by looking for macroinvertebrates, which are insects that are small enough, but you can see them with your naked eye. You don't need like a microscope or anything to see them. And by looking at the communities of insects in the water, you can actually assess, the health of your water system. So this might be a tougher one for you guys to do, but I do think it's possible if you want to do more of a community event that's off-site, or even if you have a wetland right near your library. I think this would be a really cool thing to do by checking out this trunk. And yeah, there's all kinds of tools to catch those little insects in the water, and identification tools. Like we have a cool little, ID charts you can flip through. There's single sheet IDs that are simpler. So that's a good thing for observation and all kinds of different ways that it's helpful. We even have some books. We have a range of books. Some of them are in Spanish. Most of them are in English, but we tried to include some in Spanish as well. Like this is about the life cycle of a mosquito. So things that I think would be really helpful if you are going out to actually assess a body of water and see it in person and get people out there. So that trunk is really awesome. You can find it Omaha, Lincoln, Kearney, Norfolk, Valentine, and Scottsbluff. And it's on the same web page that Monica showed you for the other trunks. It's been recently added to there. So hopefully in the spring, this would be something that maybe you guys could check out and try it out and see how your students do with it. Another thing is this wetland outreach and education resources. This is part of a big grant and a big project that I've been working on. And it's a partnership between Platte Basin Time Lapse, Game and Parks, the Nebraska Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit, which is through UNL, and then Ducks Unlimited. So basically, about 15 years ago, they put together a set of resources to help people learn about Nebraska's really unique wetlands, because we actually have a lot of different kinds of them. And from that project came like a guide to Nebraska's wetlands that, the everyday person could access and learn more about our different types of wetlands. And then there was also, like Monica mentioned, there was a specific issue of that was all about wetlands. So what we're doing in this project is kind of revamping those resources because we know there's a lot more technology involved these days with how people get their information. And so we're doing a ology magazine about wetlands. So it'll be called Wetlandology, and it'll be designed for those, fourth to fifth grade level. And then we're also updating the guide. We'll have a lot more resources online for people to look at. And our whole goal is to increase the awareness of the value of wetlands in Nebraska and why we should conserve them because they are really important. So we're still in the process of creating some of these, but they should be finished up in September of 2022. So coming up, they will be done. And basically, it's a really cool way of creative storytelling. There's a lot of different technology we're using. So drones, time-lapse cameras, camera traps, underwater photography. So Platte Basin Time Lapse has done an amazing job with that, and they just continue to get more cool content for this program. So, and then, like I said, there will be some really cool resources that come out of this that will be released in September, and hopefully even more because we just see there's a lot of possibilities and cool things for people to learn about wetlands from this type of approach. So just something to keep in mind. I know it's not ready quite yet, but there's some cool trailers out there, and you go to nebraskawetlands.com, you'll see those. One other thing I'm a little less involved in, but it's called FINS, Fishing in Nebraska Schools. And the contact for this program is down below, Larry Pate. And this is a great way to you can become a youth fishing instructor so you can help with Larry's events because he holds those family fishing nights throughout the year. Or you can rent one of his trailers that is full of the fishing equipment. And so this could be a great thing. There's a lot of people out there that are part of his volunteer network that love to help with these sorts of events. So just know that if you're interested in offering something like this, definitely contact Larry. He has a set of resources he can send you, or you can even organize a little event in your area. And then a few other fishing related resources. Like I mentioned, those family fishing nights are awesome. They bring all the equipment you need. It doesn't cost you any money, and you can just show up across the state. They'll have a whole scheduled list out for the summer, really spring into fall. And those will have great events that you're welcome to show up to. And it's just a great way to get out there and try out fishing, especially for those younger ones who've never tried it before. They have the bait, they have it all. So there's also a Nebraska State Fish Art Contest. And this is actually a national thing, but they do it by state. So we do this as well. And I believe those artworks will be due in March. So something to look at on our website. We also have this Whiskers coloring book. So it's kind of a nice little hand-drawn set of resource that it's like you can educate yourself about our fish species and you can also color them in. So kind of a cool thing. That it's Nebraska specific, and you can kind of learn a little bit more about those fish while you do it. And then we also have this Common Fishes of Nebraska guide, and that's, again, really nice and small, but also has good images in it to help you identify fish if you do go fishing. So these are really nice little things that kind of all age levels can participate in. And then we also wanted to mention we have a Game and Parks YouTube channel that focuses specifically on education. So Monica has done a really great series on conservation careers. So if you have kids that want to learn more about what kind of careers can you have in the conservation field, there's all different kinds of jobs featured in this series, and it's really interesting, and there's great stuff in there. So you can check that out. And there are also specific programming that are recorded from past presentations that are on here that you can watch and learn more about different, nature related topics. So definitely check that out. There's videos on lots of different things. And we have also some great social media things going on. So on Instagram, we're at Nebraska Wildlife Education, and I think the same thing for Facebook. So be sure to check us out on those because there's lots of events that we put out through those and just information. But otherwise, we hope that this has been really helpful for you to learn more about what resources we have. And both of our emails are on here. So please feel free to reach out to us if you guys have any questions, because we're here to help and we want more people to learn about Nebraska's natural resources. So Monica, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
I think that's it. If anyone has any questions, please reach out to us. Even if you don't know what you're asking, please reach out to us and just brainstorm with us too. So.
Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
That's cool when you have someone in the community that'll do it too. Oh, well, there's Sally. And you're set to start at 10 o'clock, Sally?
Yes, I am. I'll be ready at 10.
I can't hear you. There, say it again. Maybe it was on my end.
Okay. Yes, I am ready for 10 o'clock.
Uh-oh. She is?
You're still not hearing me?
That shows that Angela's muted. The lights, maybe. Yeah. And yes, maybe Cindy, I guess Sally, you want to say something again?
I can try again because I hope you can hear
I
me.
can't hear you. Darn it.
Rats.
But you can hear me, right?
I can hear you, yes. Oh, Angela can hear me. Well, that's interesting.
Okay, and Angie said she can hear Sally. Thank you, that helps to know what's going on.
Something I do here in my office is I forget to turn on my speakers. But we heard the recorded presentation, so they should be fine.
So I never thought about maybe it comes through this. Oh, and it's all the way up. Can you say something again, Sally?
I'm happy to talk some more. Can you hear me now?
Oh dear.
Oh, pooh.
Yes, it is up all the way. Yeah, I think. And this is all the way up. Let's see. Let's see. Angie said she can hear Sally, so it's test.
You sounded different that time. Oh, Kathy can hear me.
Yeah, she can hear me. I'm gonna grab my glass. Have you ever thought about testing that since the other came through so well? Oh, wait. There, say something again, Sally.
I'm looking forward to 10 o'clock. Oh, yay, you can hear me now. Oh, that's great. Yay. Okay, I'll mute myself until 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, awesome.
Okay.
Good, we'll be ready to go. If anyone needs to take a break quick, otherwise we'll go ahead and start with the breakout box. Just This is from Breakout EDU. The Three Rivers Library System has 2 sets of these that are available to check out. It comes with a hat, which allows you to put 6 different locks on it. It comes with a lot of locks. It wasn't enough for me. I bought more locks. I actually made a breakout box challenge. And so if you want to borrow it, you can. If you want to borrow me with it to do it, that'll give me my program fix once in a while, because I do miss being a public librarian. So this kind of has the directions, and don't think it's got the answers. And on this one, there's this moon book that would go with it, because it talks about the tide, and that's kind of how it links to your possibilities. And the tape would come with it because you have to hide it. And things are laminated, so if you use dry erase markers, you can reuse it over and over. So the challenge starts. The evil wizard, Dr. Eli Terrace. My granddaughter came up with that, so I was so excited. Captured the moon and placed it in the magic box. The tides now refuse to rise and fall. The ocean animals are confused and helpless. Life as we know it will never be the same if you do not rescue the moon. Here is your first clue. Go forth, heroes, and save the world. And keep in mind, these are geared towards children. So the first clue, this is your first clue, and here is what you do. Find clue number 2, look under something that is, so you guys are all on the mission to try to open the box. Get up and stretch and find something blue. Yeah, that is the good. Now for these things, I had made like 10 copies of each. If you found it, you can read it. Will make mistakes. You will find it by the bathroom. The kids, they're all like,
So would you have to do a little bit of education about how the moon affects the tides before doing this?
Usually, yeah, you would read the book first, because, yeah, that book would go with it. And if you had a different book that you think would work better, that would be, I mean, that's the way you get the tie-in and a little educational. I've done a lot of them. Awesome teaching. I'm looking to check out the box. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Breakout EDU could get a subscription for it for everyone. I'm not sure how that would work. You know, how much they would charge or anything. I have 4 made so far, but there are a lot of free ones on Breakout EDU, but there's also, yeah, a subscription, and like I said, I was going to look and see what it would be to get, but I think with 95 public libraries, it might be. Yeah, would you want to read that one?
Use this to come in or go out. You know what I'm talking about. Number 4.
The kids, they all fight over who gets to do it, who gets to open the lock, and actual fee, yeah. Oh, the break. So you can unlock once a month. Remember everyone. There is an answer. Okay, good. It is, yes, but there are different. So this was two of them. There is not, I was going to make buttons that put in it, but I did not get it done. And like I said, you can write on it and so they're all math problems. So you've seen those on Facebook before, right? Where the different things are together.
Oh, are these with? Oh, I don't, you're looking at me.
Oh, yeah.
21, that would be 7.
See, I tried to do it so some are super easy because it builds confidence. If you have them all hard, it's no fun. You guys are already moved ahead. That's all good. So what was the answer to the lock? Everybody's got it, right? Okay, so the next clue, I have 3 different versions, all the same answer. But some people are scared of this creature because it can have a big bite. So be careful out in the ocean. One of its kind is a great white. So it is a 5-letter lock. So the answer is shark. So if someone wants to come try to unlock that one with the word shark. That's one of the things that's the biggest challenge of this. If you have 10 kids and only 6 locks, they're all going to want it, but it's my turn, it's my turn. So maybe you have some of them do a couple digits and a couple do something to make everyone be part of it.
Okay, this one doesn't have any teeth in the second slot.
Yeah, there may be.
Okay.
Once you have it open. Okay, there were 2 other clues. There were 2 others on your table. One is a word search. And when you get everything, all the words down, if you read the letters that are not crossed off from top to bottom, left to right, it'll read out a clue. Yeah. I'm sorry, that time I must have been on something else. Now before I got that. Five letter. So finding Nemo, five letters that would relate to Nemo. The answer will be a five-letter answer, something to do with finding Nemo. What is something about Nemo? What is Nemo? So you would find the anagram of found to unlock. I know, we've got 10 minutes is all before Sally talks. So I thought,
Does it make an actual word or is it just?
finding Nemo is a clue to make it come to town, and those five letters are on the lock. But dang it, no lock that I could find at the CLOWN in the order I wanted. So it's like, fine, we'll just do an anagram and make it another challenge. So is this at all similar to any that you've done? All that's left is the blue one. It is each letter represents a different letter. And in this case, E is the most letter. And so the R is that will be correct. Otherwise, they have to figure it out. They have to figure it out. Wow. They're almost done with it. Yeah.
Remember when there was shortage? Well, the kids always brought them. And so the year before,
You're almost broke out here, Sally.
They're already open. Sometimes it's just people that says maybe broke out. That would be perfect. Yeah, because it's fun when they can open it. I was actually gonna make buttons, and I haven't done that yet.
Everybody. So is that something you think would take off in your library? Right.
Everything. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and something that's kind of a challenge, like Casey suggested, you put moon pies in there so they don't get a snack when you're done, you know, or something. Awesome, that would be so fun.
They do have a lot of football games or things happen, you know, right now. That is right now, I need to. We got enough of it that they just the last line says for the ocean. The blue is the blue of you. That's how they got blue at the end. I don't remember, I'll have to look.
Okay, Sally, are you ready?
I am ready. Can you still hear me?
I can, and I think I need to, oh no, are you still there? Yes. I need to make it so you can share.
Okay.
Let's see, I probably need to make you co-host. Yes. There, now you should be able to share, and I think we are all ready.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to share that. Then I think when I make it big,
Yes, we can see it.
oh. Can you see?
We said
Go ahead.
we see fiction picture books.
Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to just show my other side. Let me try again.
Okay, and I'm going to mute us.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to mess around for just a minute, and then it's all going to be wonderful, right? Stop share. That's why. I'm going to share screen 1. Okay. It's not going to look right yet, but just give me another minute. There we go. Now, can you see just oceans of possibilities? I'm going to assume you can, and I'm going to move ahead because we have a lot of books to talk about. As you all know, I have a paper list to keep me on track because I want to be sure I hit the points of each book and not forget something. And I want to get it all in my 50 minutes. So we're going to move right ahead with fiction picture books. And a man in Brazil finds an exhausted penguin covered in oil on the beach near his home and nurses him back to health. The man knows the penguin needs to leave and find his own kind, and eventually that he does. But the next year at the same time, the penguin returns to spend several months with his friend. And this happened for many years. And this book is based on a true story. This is a play on The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The boy is sent to the top of the hill to watch for pirates. He calls out several times, and each time his father corrects him, explaining what the ship will look like. No, it'll be a big ship with big sails, or what the pirates will look like. No, they won't be wearing clothes like that. They'll be wearing pirate garb, etc. Until finally, one day, the pirates do arrive and everyone hides. But not for the reason you think. This is a lot of fun. Javier and his father Tomas fish every day on their boat, Magdalena. Various seabirds flock around the boat every day, and one day an albatross was caught on one of the hooks. Uncle Philippe pulled it from the hook and tossed it on the deck. When they were cleaning up, Javier found it and hid it under a tarp because it was still alive. He later smuggled it to the storeroom behind their house and cared for her. When it was time for her to leave, his father had just sold her to someone else. Javier found her and he ran with a wheelbarrow up the hill in the wind, hoping she would take off. Will she? Vivi, who loves science and the ocean, and her class go to the beach to study tide pools. They make aquascopes, the instructions are included, and they use them to observe what kinds of plants and animals they find in a tide pool. There's some good advice included as part of the story, and the back of the book has a 2-page spread of additional information titled Vivi's Science Facts. Una is a mermaid and enjoys spending time with her otter friend Otto as she collects treasures she finds in the sea. But sometimes trouble finds them. There is one treasure Una cannot quite reach. It is a crown stuck in the rift. She has tried and tried to get it unstuck, and finally she gives up. But then an unusual shell floats by. It could be just the thing. The shell and Una's new goggles she invented. Yay! This is such great fun. New neighbors, a girl and her grandma, are not what Captain Swashby wants. He likes living on the shore by himself. He retired there after all. He writes a few messages in the sand, basically telling the people to go away. But each time the ocean washes away some of the words or letters, so the message looks like he's glad they're there. For example, no trespassing became sing, so the girl does. It's only a matter of time. The seagull demonstrates that he is better than anyone at swiping food items from people. Then along comes a cute crab, and he charms the snacks away from the people. Soon the two are a team and are polite to all, willing to wait for the treat. Neil Gaiman has written Pirate Stew. It's told in rhyme. A boy and girl's parents hire a pirate, Long John McGrawn, ship's cook, for their babysitter. After the parents leave, the entire ship's crew arrives. First, what to feed the kids? Pirate stew. They throw in all kinds of things and they sing their chant, which ends with, "You'll become a pirate too." So the kids do not eat it. Then they travel to Sally's donut shop, and the pirates leave the kids the kids leave the pirates at the saucy treasure chest, and they go home. Just as the parents arrive to see the stew, they grab a bite and they turn into pirates. Now they are all living on the pirate ship. This book was published a while ago, but the paperback just came out in May of 2021. Nellie loves her new swimsuit. It is just right. But when she and her mother go to the beach, Nellie avoids getting into the ocean. Water scares me, she says. She wears her swimsuit for all other activities: bike riding, going out to dinner, sleeping, no swimming. Mom takes her to visit Grandma, who has a swimming pool. Grandma was a champion swimmer, and she takes time and patience to get Nellie into the water and to teach her to blow bubbles and float and move her arms to swim. Pretty soon, Nellie loves swimming just like Grandma. A mother and her daughter pretend the bath is actually the sea with many creatures, dangers, and beauty. Don't forget, it is also a lot of fun. Splashing, it seems, is okay with this mom. This is a wordless picture book. An African-American boy has a camera and he is taking pictures as he wanders away from his class, who is visiting the ocean floor. He is concerned when he sees the submarine heading back to the surface without him, but he has a few watery friends who will help set up a light signal for when the submarine returns. All is well at the end, and the reader gets to see the photos he took. Alba and the ocean cleanup. Alba loved living on her beautiful reef, but over time, more and more trash showed up on the reef floor. One by one, Alba's friends moved away. One day, she saw a beautiful pearl inside a plastic bottle. She swam in to get it, but she was trapped and couldn't get out. She and the bottle floated along until a girl on the beach saw her. The girl put her into a bucket and with some water and told the people what had happened. The people worked together and cleaned up their beach and the reef, and Alba could return home, where she found that many of her friends had returned as well. Pat is a fish in a bowl. He's out in a rowboat with his friend Mike, an elephant. Mike is napping, so Pat jumps out of the bowl into the sea. He meets lots of colorful, friendly fish until the crab yells, "Hide!" A shark is coming. Pat cannot hide, and the shark grabs him in his teeth. But wait, what is this big thing coming from the surface? Mike. Brief text and colorful illustrations will appeal to young listeners and readers. A girl and her mother explore the many sides of the ocean while spending their day at the seashore. The girl says, "My ocean is big, my ocean is small," with illustrations to provide the meaning. Poetic and all-encompassing, it is a wonderful day at the beach. Noah must wait on the beach while Nana finishes fixing their boat. He is eager to sail out to find the seals. While waiting, he creates a sand seal and watches the waves with him. When a storm comes, Noah and Nana get into the beach boat to wait it out. Noah's seal is gone after the storm. The boat is fixed, but Nana says they will sail tomorrow until Noah sees a real seal in the ocean. They sail and it leads him to the rocks where many seals are resting. What a day. Captured somewhat by accident, an octopus endures captivity where they do give him interesting things to do, but nothing changes. Food comes the same time every day. There's no tide that goes in and out. One night he leapt out of the glass house, along the floor, under the door, and off to the sea. This is reminiscent of a nonfiction book I'll talk about in a little bit called Inky's Journey. Kai, a merboy, loves to give squishes or hugs to his mom and anyone else around, but the pufferfish puffs up. He doesn't like squishes. He would rather have a fin bump. Kai finds out what type of contact the other sea animals prefer, and soon he realizes every fish likes their own kind of squish. This is a story about permission and learning what others prefer. The bears who have been on chairs and in the snow and in a band, to mention a few, are now at the beach. Big Brown Bear is there to help while they build a sandcastle, but they have some trouble. Eventually, they get it done. Little ones will love the bears working hard, but still enjoying the beach. This is a good choice for story time. Okay, so this is not the ocean, but it is a fish. The fish bumps his nose on the side of his bowl and decides his house is too small. He walks away and he tries some other houses. It isn't until the turtle tells him that he cannot breathe without water that he collapses. A girl runs to get him and puts him back in the bowl. Then she puts the turtle in with him. Now the bowl is not too small. He has a friend. Edgar is puzzled and frustrated by his designation as a jellyfish. Okay, the jelly part is fine, but he is definitely not a fish. He talks with some starfish who know what he means. They are not fish either. Finally, Edgar decides to enjoy what makes him unique and not worry about what people call him. I love this. This is only available in board book form as far as I could find. An octopus cannot find any underpants that take his 8 legs into account. Then he finds the swanky undersea emporium that has something for everyone. Silly and fun with lots of fish and underpants and other clothing items like hats, socks, jewelry, etc. The surprise ending is the octopus realizes he doesn't have 8 legs. He has 8 arms. No problem. He can find something to wear. 2 sailors, Albertini and George, are floating along on only a small part of their wrecked ship. When it starts to rain, Albertini thinks it is unfair. George says it could always be worse. One after another, unfortunate things happen to them, and none of it goes away. George continues to make his statement each time. One of the things is flying fish with diarrhea, so that's not very pleasant. They end up on a small island with a cave, but when George puts out the fire, they see lots and lots of eyes in the ceiling. George finally states, "This does look bad." Albertini relights the fire to find an amazing surprise. Beautiful art carries the story told in brief text. Each 2-page spread has the wish of an inanimate object, wishing they were larger, shorter, calmer, cooler, and more to help the family on their way to safety. Fleeing from Vietnam, the mother and 3 children have walked away in the night and joined others on a too crowded small boat. Their week's journey takes them to a big city. It could be Hong Kong. The author's note at the back indicates this journey is similar to one she and her family took in 1980 when she was a baby. A child compares his life with that of a baby humpback whale. They both have a mother to watch over them. They both are growing and learning. The whale hits the water with her fin and makes a loud splash. The child can jump into the water and make a splash too. Beautiful art shows the whale's world. The title includes a note at the end of the book giving some additional information on humpback whales. So now we'll talk about a few picture book nonfiction titles. Yusra, who was living in Syria, was hoping to compete in the Olympic Games. Then war came to her country in 2015. Yusra was 17 and she and her older sister were sent ahead out of the country. They flew to Istanbul, Turkey, and then took an overcrowded boat to the Greek island of Lesbos. But the engine quit and their boat took on water. So the sisters and 2 others jumped into the sea to guide the boat to the island. Eventually, they made it to Berlin, Germany, where their family later joined them. This story is all told in short 4-line with just 2 or 3 words poetry. For example, just a girl with a dream. Olympic Games swimming team. And the same author has also written Sakamoto Swim Club. Children of the field workers who cut the cane keep busy and cool off in the irrigation ditches in Hawaii. The policeman runs them off, but the science teacher, Suichi Sakamoto, asks permission to use the ditches and train the children to compete in swimming. He gets to go ahead and works with the kids. Eventually, some of them decide to work toward the Olympics and travel overseas for the events. A guessing game or puzzle, the author states several features of the animal on the next page and asks the reader to guess, then turns the page. This book is written for quite young readers, so the clues, along with a watercolor illustration of a part of their body, will often result in a right answer. Most of the creatures included are from the ocean, with only a few freshwater choices to be named. This is also a fun story time choice. Secrets of the Sea is about Jean Power. In 1818, she decided to be a naturalist, studying animals and plants. She taught herself walking the island of Sicily with a notebook, talking to scientists on the island, and reading books. When she became fascinated with marine life, she was the first to design a particular aquarium in order to study them up close. Since scientists had been arguing for years about the shells of the paper nautilus, did they grow them or steal them, she conducted an experiment that proved the paper nautilus grew its own shell. She made other discoveries and kept careful notes, publishing her research when able and keeping her name attached to her findings. Told in rhyme and prose, this is the story of plastic, how it began and how it is now everywhere, making it clear we humans must reduce our production and use of plastic. The oceans are one main focus, especially the 2-page spread on the 2 great Pacific garbage patches, one on the east and one on the west, and includes much additional information at the back of the book. Marie Tharp, born in 1920, was not allowed to study the natural world until the men went off to war, World War II. She got a job in a laboratory, but she was put on desk duty when the men returned to work. She analyzed the depth measurement data they brought back from their research trips. The data showed a deep valley in the floor of the Atlantic, but no one believed her. So she did the work again. The valley was still there. Jacques Cousteau didn't believe her either, so he sent cameras down deep into the ocean. They proved her right. As it says in the book, Marie's map opened up the door for us to better understand our planet. A picture book biography of Mavini Betch, whose great-grandfather in the 1930s bought a beach in Florida for Black people and everyone to use. As an adult, Mavini was an opera singer singing around the world. But she returned to Florida and American Beach when her mother became ill. The beach had deteriorated since beaches were no longer segregated. Mavini became the beach lady, working to save the beach and other things in this world. Eventually, American Beach became part of the National Forest Service, and she died in 2005. Here's Inky, a look at the octopus life cycle, how they are ready to live on their own right after hatching, what they eat, where they hide, and more. Then we focus on Inky. He has lost the ends of 2 tentacles before he was caught in a lobster trap, having likely eaten the lobster first. The fisherman noticed his wounds and took him to the aquarium in New Zealand. He recovered and lived there for an unspecified time, except that he grew from the size of a baseball to the size of a soccer ball. One night, the keeper forgot to close the lid to Inky's tank tightly enough, and that's all it took. The author then provides a plausible, fictionalized route for his escape, likely back to the sea. She also emphasized that octopi are curious, and that likely it led to Inky escaping. Excellent photos, many close-up, and text relay the hatching and run to the sea of a clutch of leatherback sea turtles. And that is this book's sole focuses, the hatching and the running to the sea. Sarah Gerhardt has been surfing from a young age beginning in Hawaii. She was the only girl learning to surf, so she had to use boards and wetsuits designed for men. She loved big waves, and one day in February 1999 in California, she sat waiting for her wave at Mavericks, a famous beach known for its huge waves, up to 50 feet high. No woman had successfully surfed a big wave there until Sarah. A fold out near the end of the book gives a sense of the size of the wave she rode. Now some beginning readers. Little Penguin and his friends have discovered a strange object. It is not tasty, and it is not at all comfy to sit on, but penguins love a mystery. Franklin thinks it could be a back scratcher. Reginald thinks since part of it spins, it could be a feather dryer. Maybe it is a kickball launcher. Creative thinking and solving a puzzle or not, and working together combine in this beginning reader. And the kids will love the fact that they don't know what this is and they have it set up wrong and they never do really figure it out. Clark is ready for the school sing and he loves to sing. Their classes practice went great, but then he discovers there is a dance to go with the song. He cannot dance and sing. He keeps falling down. The day of the event, their teachers tell the class to sing out and have fun. But when they see the audience, they all freeze. Finally, Clark begins to sing and the class joins in. Their dance becomes a conga line instead as they have fun. Ty looks out the window and it is a great day to go to the beach. He and his dad go to the sandbox and Ty imagines the beach. They build a sandcastle and see some seagulls. Soon they are splashing in the water. We see them with water hoses. Ty's friend Jazz joins them bringing his beach ball. Some imaginary surfing and it is time for ice pops. It's a great day. It's a good example of imaginary play. Another beach day, a family of 4 pack the car and head to the beach for a glorious day. Short sentences will appeal to the reader. Hot sand, run fast, dive in quick. Something tickles, seaweed, ick. Fish tells his mom the ocean floor is dark and cold and boring. He says he is going out. Fish went up to the surface, but it was still dark and cold and boring. Then something amazing happened. The sun rises. Fish introduces himself and soon sun and fish are playing games. Then the sun turns red and he explains that he is setting. Fish is confused and lonely again. Going home, he has a tear in his eye. The next morning, he goes to the service again. His friend's son is there. They agree to meet every day to play. Some early chapter books. Soraya and her 4th grade class are going to the aquarium, which Soraya loves. All her classmates think she's a little weird, so she sneaks off to the immersion display. There, she thinks she sees something unusual. It is a mermaid. When she can finally talk with the mermaid, she learns that she was accidentally caught in the net, catching small fish to feed the aquarium fish. She must get back to the sea. Soraya finds a bucket and a cart and manages to leave the aquarium with Estelle. The bay is just across the street. Soraya gets in trouble with her teacher, but she does manage to get Estelle back to the sea. This is book 1. Benny must write a report for school, but when a real shark with lots of teeth shows up in the rain while he is walking to school, he is caught off guard. He runs home at the end of school and then he sees the shark riding a scooter around his house 3 times. He's circling his prey. His parents suggest that Benny invite him in, so he does, and he learns a lot about sharks. He thinks bringing the shark to school would be perfect for his report, but the deep sea fisherman who is going to talk to the class tries to catch Mr. Chompers in his net. The shark must run to the sea. But after that, Benny was no longer afraid to go in the ocean. The illustrations are in blues and grays on every page. Book 2 is also about Benny and the shark after a video gets online and people are aware that he and the shark are friends. This is book 1 about Shelby and Watts. Shelby, a fox fond of mysteries, and Watts, a badger fond of his encyclopedia, receive a letter from a hermit crab asking for help. When they arrive at the shore, they spot their friend Artie, a rhino, hunting for treasures. He points them down the shore where the good shells are. They find Fred, the hermit crab, on the beach. Then they go to the tide pools where they find lots of different animals. At first, it seems they are going in circles. Then Shelby realizes something and solves the mystery. This is the first book of 3 so far about Kondo and Kazumi. In this book, Kondo and Kazumi live in a world similar to ours, but with some very different animals and possibilities. They live on an island, and one day they find a map in a bottle. Kazumi, the small orange one, wants to build a boat and go exploring. Kondo, the big yellow one, does not. Eventually, they sail away from home and they find an island made of cheese. Dairy Island, yum. As they venture off, a storm blows up and soon they are lost. But an island is nearby. It has a talking mountain named Albert on it. Albert doesn't want them to leave, so he blows their boat away during the night. They work it out and build a new boat and promise to visit again. Back out on the sea, they go looking for more adventures. And the next two titles are more adventures where they sometimes don't get along and sometimes support each other. And then they end up back on their home island, but some things are weird and a little different. It does imply there might be more books about them too. Wind Riders is book 1 of a new series. Max and Sophia find a magical sailboat thanks to a seagull, and they travel to Hawaii in an instant to help some sea turtles hatch and find the ocean. It's a good adventure story with environmental information included in the action. And Amazon says this is book 1 of 3. Fiction for grades 2 to 5 or so. The first one is Eva Evergreen, Semi-Magical Witch. Eva gets her assignment to work for her novice witch rank at the coastal town of Atari. Her magic is small, as is her confidence, but she knows practice will help make her magic stronger. She has an odd quirk. When she uses magic, she gets tired and has to sleep. No other witch has to rest as much as Eva. Still, she does her best to help the people of the town. Her magical repair shop begins to get business, and her efforts help in unexpected ways. Then she learns that a huge magical storm is headed for the seashore town of Oteri, and she must find a way to protect and defend the town. There's a sequel to this book that's out now, but this is the one that takes place by the sea. Set in Barbados, Josephine 11 is determined to keep her widower father from finding a girlfriend. She is also eager to play on the school's cricket team, but the coach is against it. Then a new woman comes into their lives, Maris. She is beautiful and loving, but also does not like being contradicted. It isn't long before strange things are happening, and Josephine comes to the conclusion that Maris is a sea creature from Caribbean folklore, and she will not be easy to defeat. Half-sisters Stella and Josie, only 4 months apart, will be starting high school in the fall. Since they only get together for the summer on the Jersey Shore with their dad, Josie, who lives in Australia, is ready for all their usual fun. Stella is hoping to change their image to almost high schoolers. Another big change this year is their much-loved Flavor Ice store is gone, and a new smoothie store has taken its place. It isn't long before Josie and Stella realize they have stumbled into a mystery. Something strange is up, and they are determined to find out what is going on. It is told in alternating chapters of now, when each is talking with a police detective, and the recent past. It's a good mystery with good friends, potential boyfriends, and a satisfying summer read. Princess Noah, 12, her older brother Prince Julian, 16, and Princess Might, 5, have fled their land when someone killed their mother. Julian should be king by now, but they are in exile. Julian's magic keeps their moving island afloat, and his bargain with the sea serpent keeps them from being spotted by their enemy, Xavier Whitethorn, who is the one who had their mother killed in a coup. Noah keeps her eye on her brother as she knows his magic can affect him, and he could end up as an evil Dark Lord. Betrayal and danger face them all, but Noah is the best of them at strategy and unexpected moves. Can they regain their kingdom? The first book about Mr. Tiger and Betsy involves the blue moon. Betsy K. Glory 8 has purple hair, an ice cream making father, and a mermaid mother in this whimsical story full of unusual characters. They live on an island left off the map of the world, but they aren't distressed about that. Mr. Tiger arrives via his ship, bringing with him his circus made up of gongalong acrobats, people much smaller than the usual humans. The problem to resolve is Princess Albie of Gongalong, an island, now living on the island left off the map of the world, has been turned into a toad by her half-sister, Princess Olaf. Mr. Tiger has an idea how to solve it, involving a blue moon and the help of most everyone. The quirky plot and solution will entertain readers who will also enjoy the satisfying conclusion. This uses a dyslexic-friendly type and blue ink for both the text and the illustrations. Book 2 is about the sea dragon. Traditionally, the sea dragon leaves her egg with the people on the island left off the map of the world, and the people care for it and protect it till it hatches. She lays an egg every 50 years, so this is the first time for a lot of townspeople. Pirates arrive on the island and they switch a hen's egg for the egg the people are protecting, and they hold the egg for ransom. 3 crates of golden apples. Never fear, Mr. Tiger and Betsy may have a way to outwit the pirates. And this one also uses the dyslexic friendly type and blue ink for the text and the illustrations. Clara lives with her parents on an island tourists call exotic, but to her it's just home. She used to love the ocean and surfing, but last summer something major happened and she doesn't remember it, and now she is afraid of the water. Her best friend Gaina is being rather unfriendly and teases her that she can't remember anything, even yesterday. But she can, it's just last year she can't remember. A new girl Clara's age comes to the island and enjoys Clara's company. Maybe Gaina will rethink her moody treatment of Clara. Finally, several things come to a head at the same time, and it is now time for Clara to remember what happened and understand what she needs to do now. This is book 2 in the Mouse Watch series, but you can get the story just fine without having read book 1. It's associated with rescue rangers from TV. Bernie, or Bernadette, and Jarvis, a rat, are the newest members of the Mouse Watch, an organization dedicated to saving the world. They are continuing their training, with Bernie eager to get real assignments and Jarvis looking forward to their next meal. Due to circumstances, Bernie and Jarvis are the only Mouse Watch members available for the vital assignment, which involves scuba diving to a sunken ship that has a valuable item on board. Can they save the day? This is set in 2017. Samira, 11, and her brother and parents are now refugees in Bangladesh after fleeing their home in Myanmar, formerly Burma. They are Rohingya, an ethnic group, and Muslim. The Rohingya lost their recognition from the Myanmar government, after which prejudice against them slowly increased until there were attacks and the burnings of homes. Now, Samira sells hard-boiled eggs each day to the tourists on the beach. Her father works on a shrimp boat. Her brother works in a nearby restaurant, and her mother tends their chickens and cares for their one-room shack, their home. Samira makes some friends, other girls who are selling things to the tourists. When all is sold, the other girls like to try surfing the waves. Samira is afraid of the water after seeing her 2 grandparents get swept away by the river when they were escaping to Bangladesh. But after some time, she tries it and finds it fun and freeing. Soon they learn there is a surf contest coming up, and the prize is money, something they all would like to win for their families. This is book 2 of this series, and again, you can read this one without having read the first one. Domingita, or Dom for short, is in 3rd grade, and she and her abuela used to read books together. Now abuela has moved to Florida to live with her sister. Dom misses her so much. In the second book, Dom and her new friends, Pancho and Steph, are imitating Treasure Island, except they found a treasure map in the copy of the book at the library. There may be a real treasure. Well, it is money that was stolen from the grocery store in 1967. And if they find it, they will absolutely return the money to the store. This also is book 1 of 7, says Amazon. 8 kids, each with their special expertise, make up the Secret Explorers. The first book involves Connor, a marine life expert, and Roshni, space expert. They take a submersible to locate and redirect a pod of humpback whales to get them back on their usual route to Antarctica. But they have quite a few obstacles to overcome, but they do not quit. There is at least one illustration on every 2-page spread to help carry the story along. Rusty 10 has to attend summer school since he flunked math. When he can, he spends time taking care of his sailboat. While at the dock, an old lady in a wheelchair comes up to him to talk. Then she asks for a ride in his boat. Her name is Hazel, and they soon become friends. She hires him to do odd jobs around her house. Every day she gives him time to get started on his homework, and then they do something fun and interesting. Her curiosity about his day and the things they do together helps him master his homework. Finally, Rusty gives Hazel a ride on his boat, and they have a wonderful time. He has passed math and is done with summer school, so he doesn't see Hazel again until he stops by her house and finds out she's in the hospital. He manages to see her that one last time, and they relive their wonderful day of sailing. Jake is 11 and he is sent to Deweese Island near Charleston, South Carolina, to spend the summer with his grandmother, Honey, while his mom stays in the hospital with his dad, who is slowly recovering from an IED attack. At first, he is stunned. He lost his phone, and Honey has no TV or Wi-Fi. Also, he is expected to do chores every day. He quickly realizes how much there is to do and learn on this special island. New friends Megan and Olivia are soon with him every day. So this is about the wildlife of the island, safety, taking care of themselves and others, helping to watch for sea turtle nests, and learning that there is plenty to do outside. The author of A Wolf Called Wander now gives us the story of an orca family. Vega, an adolescent orca, and her younger brother Deneb are separated from their pod and then experience a tsunami way out in the ocean. They are completely turned around and lost now. Finding their way back home may be impossible, but Vega is a future wayfinder for her pod, and she is determined to succeed. This is a fictional look at the lives of orcas. This is translated from the Dutch, and it won several book prizes in the Netherlands. Lampie, the lighthouse keeper's daughter, has kept things running for her and her father for a while now, but she can be forgetful. The night of a bad storm, she is out of matches, and she tries to get some at the store, but fails. Lampie is sent to the Admiral's black house as a maid to make up for her indiscretions, and her father is imprisoned in the lighthouse and forced to light it every night. His meals are delivered daily. Lampie soon befriends the monster in the house, who is actually a merboy, but he calls his tail a deformity. Over time, the people left at the house waiting for the Admiral's return come to support each other. When finally the Admiral does return, he is done with foolishness and has decided to get rid of his son, the merboy. He's going to sell him, but he has not encountered a determined Lampie before, and things may not go the way the Admiral wants. This is book 2 of a series by John Sheska, and it is wacky as it can be. 5 animals have been in training for the inevitable, and now it seems the time has come. They are to seek a planet for humanity to move to if we've made too much of a mess of our own planet. In book 2, they are sent to the water planet to conduct tests and determine if it will be suitable for humanity's new home. Alpha Wolf, once again, is shirking his responsibilities. President P.T. Clam of the water planet proposes we switch planets. After taking the astronauts on a very carefully guided tour, Alpha Wolf is in favor of agreeing to the switch. Possibly bogus charts and graphs are used to support the switch. All but Alpha Wolf note that they must complete their reports before making a decision. Will they trade planets? Are we doomed? The second title is as wacky as the first. It is goofy and fun. Sophie, 12, a young witch, is anxious to pass her audition to the Royal Magic Academy. Her self-doubt and negative self-talk may threaten her success. She is sent to Auntie for training, but is put off by all the chores she must do, with little training happening. She tries a spell on her own and it backfires, entwining herself in a young sea dragon, Lear. Lear is now stuck in human form and cannot change back to a dragon and does not remember any of his life. How will they resolve this mess? Some nonfiction for grades 2 to 5 or so. Oh yes, enough said. Buy this book. Their expected format contains many torn and cut paper illustrations of lots of sharks and will attract readers. Basic information about sharks in general and some specific information about particular species is given. A number of pages show the shark's sizes compared to an adult human. This is sure to grab browsers' attention if the book is put on display. Kate Messner has a new series called History Smashers, and a couple of them work for this theme. This is Pearl Harbor. Well-researched, this title and series addresses the rumors associated with well-known events. Here, the author begins with some background, both on World War II and Japan's place in politics in the Pacific at that time, as well as some history on Hawaii. Details of the attack and the aftermath are given, including first-person accounts of where they were and what they saw and experienced. The main myth that is debunked is that the attack was completely unexpected. Several people had seen the signs and warned of the likelihood of an attack. The U.S. military leaders had considered the threat and suggested air patrols around Oahu, but those did not happen. Another book is about the Titanic. In this, she starts with the building of the Titanic and some about its sister ship, the Olympic. It follows the timeline of the Titanic's maiden voyage across the Atlantic and the tragic disaster of its sinking. Some of the myths that are debunked are the number of lifeboats. Yes, it did not have enough for everyone on board, but they were not required to. It actually had 4 more than required, but still far less than needed. And what song the band was playing while the ship sank. There were actually 2 bands playing 2 different melodies. The author also covers the efforts many years later to find the Titanic on the ocean floor. Each 3-page spread, one is folded over and opens out to reveal the animal. The real animal at first shows a fanciful creature, then opens up to show the real thing. There are some weird animals in the oceans. 12 strange and little known animals are offered as the strangest thing in the sea. Which one will you choose? In 2002, an approximately 2-year-old female orca was spotted swimming alone in Puget Sound off the coast of Seattle. This was too strange. Female orcas stay with their mothers throughout their lives, living with their close family in a pod. Mark Sears went out to check, and yes, she was alone. How they found out who her pod was, checked her health, and planned to reunite her with her pod is all chronicled in this book, interspersed with at least one illustration on every 2-page spread. This is an attractive, well-researched memoir of the event. Some teen titles. Fiction for younger teens. Olivia, 13, and her older sister Ruth are traveling via RV with family friends back to California for a visit. Ruth has been dealing with depression, and Olivia is keeping an eye out in case Ruth goes back down into the pit. Olivia is hoping to recreate the fun they had on their trip moving to Tennessee, but many things are different now. Ruth spends a lot of time listening to music on her old school iPod. Olivia has a new waterproof camera, and she loves taking pictures. Olivia is eager for Ruth and her to reach their old stomping grounds in California and dig up their treasure box they buried 3 years ago on their favorite beach. Ruth is not that interested. Hazel, 12, and her younger sister Peach have been traveling with Mama for 2 years, ever since the accidental death of Mama's wife, Mum. Hazel was Mum's child and Peach is Mama's. They will now live in a small coastal town in Maine for the summer. Just as they are settling in, their neighbor stops by, and she is Mama's best friends from school. Hazel just wants to go home to California, and an old friend of Mama's could nix that. Their friend Claire has a 12-year-old daughter too, Lemon. Hazel alternates between being friendly and kind and being sharp and almost nasty to Lemon and her friends. We learned that Hazel was with Mum in the kayak when the accident happened, and she still needs help to recover from this loss. Along with loss and grief are some good times with new friends and a determined belief in the local legend, a mermaid called the Rose Maid. This is a full-color graphic novel. It's book 4 in the Heroes and Heroines series. The legend of this 16th century pirate is told in a straightforward manner. O'Malley is determined and a skilled sword fighter, fighting for her native Ireland against the English. Readers of this graphic novel are likely to hunt up more information on her life and legend. Berkeley, 12, and her best friend Garth, close to the same age, live on the ship Atlas since the oceans rose and covered the earth. They work as scavengers, diving to find whatever they can still be salvaged from the cities under the sea. One day, Berkeley accidentally wakes up a real sea monster, and it is intent on eating both them and attacking the ship. With quick thinking, Berkeley and Garth avoid being eaten and sink the monster with a heavy bag of salvage. They are surprised when a research submarine takes them on board. Getting used to a submarine and their new duties, they soon learn this ship studies sea monsters to learn how to deter them from attacking ships. But it turns out pirates could be worse than sea monsters. Lewis, 12, hides in the hover car to go with his father, but now his father is forced to take Lewis along on his and his assistant Hannah's trip to Atlantis to finally prove its existence. Kaya, 14, lives in Atlantis and has always been curious about the people of the sun. Do they really exist? What's their world like? When Lewis, his father, and Hannah reach Atlantis, they are considered invaders and are being pursued by a secret group. Kaya and her friend Ryan help the sun people and guide them through the city and their seemingly unusual way of life. Will they all succeed in escaping? Max, 12, and his older sister Yala have lived in Flood City all their lives. It is the only place above water since the floods. The chemical barrens circle above the earth wanting to return. The Star Guard, big blue aliens, stay there to protect Flood City from the Barons. When a Baron ship attacks Flood City, all is in chaos for the night. Max encounters a wounded young Baron, Ato, 12, and brings him home to his doctor mother. This attack starts a new revolution by the citizens of Flood City. Full-color graphic novel, Morgan Kwan, 15, has a plan. Keep a low profile and leave her island home for college so she can be completely herself, gay. She believes her friends won't understand. As the book opens, she has accidentally hit her head and fallen off the rocks into the sea. She is rescued by Kelty, a Selkie. Morgan believes she is hallucinating and gives Kelty a kiss. This enables Kelty to look human and follow Morgan to her house. She tells Kelty they must be secret, and Morgan's friends wonder why Morgan seems to be avoiding them and spending so much time for Kelty. Morgan is stiff and in control of her feelings in her life, and Kelty is free, carefree, and loving. Rick Riordan, this is a wonderfully written book, of course. Anna Dakar, almost 15, learns she is the last in the lines of the descendants of Captain Nemo. He really did exist. Her school has been destroyed and only one professor and her freshman class of 20 are alive to discover why. Much of the high tech that Nemo invented or discovered is DNA coded, and Anna is needed to activate it, including the Nautilus. Adventures, discoveries, and possible betrayals keep the action moving. And just a few more, a couple of fiction for older teens. Similde Simi was reclaimed from the sea by Yamoja, who remade her as a Mamawati, a mermaid, whose task is to recover the souls of the people who died in the ocean. But one day, a young man was tossed overboard. He was not dead yet, so Simi saved him. She didn't know she was breaking a promise of Yamoji. Simi must ask the Supreme Creator's forgiveness in order to save her six sister Mamawatis, Yamoji, and herself. This task is more dangerous because Simi must find the true rings needed to summon the Creator, and the trickster god is after the rings as well. It's a wonderful mythological story with heart and determination. This is history, fiction, and mythology blended together, West African mythology, as stated in the author's note. And the last book, is Luck of the Titanic. Valora Luck, 17, has a room on the Titanic. Unfortunately, the elderly English lady she worked for passed away before their sailing. She manages to get on board and ends up pretending to be Mrs. Sloan, her former employer in first class. She must find her brother who's traveling in D class. Her plan is to convince him to rejoin her as acrobats. A man connected with the Ringling Brothers Circus is on board. If they perform for him, he could get them jobs and into the US in spite of the Chinese Exclusion Act. Her brother is not interested. Plenty of adventures before the expected and unavoidable conclusion. Still, it says at the beginning of the book, of the 8 Chinese passengers aboard the Titanic, 6 survived. And thank you. If anybody has any questions or suggestions of other titles, just let me know. I know I'm done with my time here. Yesterday at the library in Lincoln, Garen showed me the book called Whole Whale, W-H-O-L-E, whale. And the rhyme is, they talk about all kinds of, we'll get 100 animals on this page, so something and a something and a something, but can we get the whole blue whale? Is all through the book, and it's really fun. So you might want to look for that one too. I don't remember the author. It's just called Whole Whale. So jot that down. I should have brought it in to pull up. I'll have a sip. I'm envious that you guys get lunch there, and I just have my yogurt and apple for my lunch today.
Sorry, Sally, we were talking away to you and you were muted. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me, Sally?
I can now. I couldn't before.
Okay. Do you have the list out available?
Oh, I meant to say that. I'm waiting for Janet to get into work today. There is a list up on our webpage, if you search handouts on the search box and then click on the handouts, the list that's under the Encompass Live summer reading program has all but the 4 books. I'm going to have her put up another one that says Library Systems SRP Workshops, and then put this list on it. So, and it'll have the last 4 books on there. So you'll get everything, but you get almost everything right now. And I'll have her put that other list up yet today. If she doesn't come in, I'll try to do it myself. Ooh, I'm not good at it though. And I can send you a list, Tammy, if there's a way for you to put it together with the recording. I don't know if that works or not. So just let me know.
Be applauded, but we are muted, so you didn't hear us.
All right, thank you.
I had fun. I always like talking about books.
Yeah, because I've got Zoom on this. Is it an HDMI? Oh. Yeah, if you could do that since I'm, because I. Gosh. Go. Don't have my glasses on, of course. Don't need that one anymore. Don't need that one anymore. Probably not.
That I did bring a sticker too, thinking that.
Yeah, I think so. It should. I don't have very many ports in this. Okay.
Okay.
I'll stand a little bit closer here, so then the microphone will be able to pick it up.
Right. Yeah, I didn't realize till Sally was saying she couldn't hear me very well, but
So, looks like we're not muted.
so they're hearing you say that.
That's all right.
Yeah. Now they'll see the screen double, but
There you go.
yeah, something like that.
Okay, yeah, that works good for me. I think that would work.
All right. It looks like it's the top of the hour, so we're really excited to be here with all of you in person, and I know that we have some of us joining us virtually online as well. So my name is Jackie Steffen. I work for the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. My role is as an early childhood educator, and it's just a pleasure to be able to come here this morning, talk to you and see you in person, and share the successes of this past year's summer reading program with all of you, and then give you a glimpse of what it looks like for 2022. So joining me today, I have a couple of others, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Sarah Roberts, and I located in Dixon County, so
Awesome. So we're just gonna, kind of the layout for today is we're gonna talk a little bit about the past. So what some of our statistics look like for the Tails and Tales summer reading program, and then we're gonna dive right in to the oceans of possibility. And Anne has a really fun hands-on activity just to showcase some of the different things that we have available this summer for the K through 6th grade audience. And then Sarah is going to be targeting our STEM imagination guides, and those are designed for the early childhood age group. But to get us started, I just wanted to mention that our mission with Nebraska Extension is really very straightforward. So it's engaging with Nebraskans wherever they are, connecting them with resources, research, and innovation of the University of Nebraska. And so that's what we're doing here today. We're coming to where you're at, and we want to share our resources with all of you. So Extension is really unique in that we are in all 93 counties of Nebraska. And so we're able to bring the different resources from the University of Nebraska that's unbiased, that's relevant, and share it with all of you. You might be thinking and looking at this number on the screen and seeing that we connect with 1.9 million Nebraskans. You might say, how in the world do you do that? Well, just think to yourself, do you have a child or know a child who's in childcare or in 4-H? If so, you have a connection to Nebraska Extension. Do you have a lawn care service that has an applicator who has a pesticide applicator who is licensed? If so, that licensing came through Nebraska Extension. Do you like to eat at restaurants? I think that most of us would raise our hands for that. In that case, a lot of restaurants have their employees trained in a food safety program called Food Safe. And so Nebraska Extension has 360 experts on campus in the counties, and we focus on 8 different major priority areas. So Sarah and I focus on early childhood. Anne is in food, nutrition, and health. You're aware of 4-H. We have beef systems educators. We have disaster preparedness. We have, now that I'm trying to rattle them off, I can't, cropping and water and rural prosperity. So all of us have different kind of focus areas that we focus on. So with that being said, you can see many different faces up here on the screen. And this is one of our current maps of our 4-H educators. And so what we want to do is we want to say thank you to all of you for being such a great partner. So we have been partnering with libraries with the summer reading program, and I see Peggy over here, since 2014 and possibly prior to that. But this program was started in 2014, and we truly appreciate all of your partnerships. And if we hadn't worked with your library, we would definitely be willing to do that and to establish a new partnership and a connection with you. So as we're thinking about today, it's important to know that the 4-H summer reading program has 2 components, like I mentioned earlier. So it has that kindergarten through 6th grade component, and then it also has that early childhood component, and that was just added 2 years ago. So we're going to give you kind of a snapshot of both of those. And then the important thing to know is you're the experts in your community and you're the experts in this. So we're willing to share these resources with you. And then you can take them and modify them and customize them to fit your audience and your community's needs. So this is just a snapshot of the Tails and Tales data that we had from our STEM Imagination Guide. So those are the ones that focus for early childhood. And so these guides that are created tie directly with your theme. And so last year's guides all focused on 8 different habitats and different animals. And as you can look along the side, you can see the habitats that were focused on. And the most popular was farm. And so this guide was on the story, The Little Red Barn. And so it's probably no surprise that in Nebraska, being a rural community, Little Red Barn was the most popular guide that we had. We put all of these resources online, and therefore teachers, libraries, child care providers, grandparents, teens who are babysitting in the summer, really anybody who loves to read with children and then interact with different activities that respond to the books. And so we had over 400 downloads online last year from 21 different states, and we're able to reach over 1,800 youth. So we're pretty proud of that success, but we're always looking to grow and expand our reach as well. And by being able to come here today and being able to share with you our resources, we're hoping that we're able to spread the word. The other thing that's really important to know is with our resources that we create, yes, they're specifically for the corresponding year, they match your theme, but all of our resources are always archived. So here in a little bit, we can go out to the website and you'll see that this year, we don't have the Oceans of Possibility stories up quite yet, but we have the Tails and Tales stories up right now. Well, those will go archived on our website, so you can still get to all of those resources, and then we'll just be featuring kind of on the main page, the Oceans of Possibility stories. So it's like a collection or a vault of stories and resources that continues to grow. The other portion of the summer reading program that a lot of you may be more familiar with is when extension staff potentially come into your library and partner with you and to help teach different lessons. And so each year we develop 4 no-cost lessons that tie directly with your theme. And what we do is we match our 4-H curriculum with the current theme. And so our goal is then to provide a variety of different resources that you could take and do on your own. Or if you were able to partner with your local extension educator, you could partner with them as well. And it says these lessons are very hands-on, very engaging, 1 to 3 activities. I would almost say more often it's 3 to 4 activities. They target about a 50-minute time frame. If you can get all of the lesson done in 50 minutes, I think you get the gold star, because we try to put more content in than you ever need. Because again, you are the expert, you know the kids that you work with, and you kind of know what's going to get them excited. And so ultimately, what we want to do with this program is enhance our partnerships with all of you, and then to spark an interest in reading and literacy. So that's a brief overview of the program. Does anyone have any questions before we dive into the new stuff? Raise your hand if you use resources or partnered with your local extension office. All right. Excellent. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and Ann, I'm going to pass it on over to you for what's new this year. Okay. The ocean of possibility, yes. And we divided it into the four core streams: head, heart, hand, and toe. So we each focused, as we wrote the lessons, we focused on a particular area. And that we thought would help them tie us into the 4-H and understand that we are part of the 4-H world. And so if you know the 4-H pledge, we talk about each of those things, and then we also talk about unity overall. So for the head, the dolphin tail design, they talk about different major parts of the dolphin's body and why it's important to have a dolphin's tail. And for that one, that you actually design a dolphin's tail for one of the activities. So it's a lot. There's a lot of materials that you use, and it's a little complicated, but it turns out really cool that you design a dolphin tail that's going to work for whatever it is you need to work. So an engineering design process. For the heart, then, treasure your heart. Each one of us has talents and strengths, and see how the layers of a pearl relate to their own strengths. So we talk about the different layers of the pearl and how we build upon that pearl as you live. Because think about when you were young and some of the mistakes you made. For those of us that are older, thank goodness we didn't have social media, right? So, people. We can track you everywhere. Anyway. But it does talk about some of those things. And then for hands, our blue planet, we talk about conservation and what that really means for the world. And we talk about watersheds and what water is, how it flows. And so there's an activity that you take scarves or other things, and they actually move around the room and create waves and talk about how water flows. So that's kind of a really fun activity. It's kind of a physical development thing. And then also what we can do to protect the natural resources, especially water, because as we know, pollution has taken some of our natural resources. So what can we do to help that? And finally, for health, there's salt. It's not just for I can't remember what the title is. But we talk about buoyancy and density, and we'll do that in a little bit. Why is salt needed for health? We all know that we need salt in our body to help balance, but too much salt is not healthy for us. So there's a good fine line of what's healthy and what's not so healthy. And what happens if we have too much salt in our body. So those are the overviews of each of the lists. Great activities in each of those lessons. So right now we're going to do the health one. And so Peggy's going to be my volunteer. She's sitting here. So Peggy, we're going to talk about a day's diet. We're going to talk about a day's diet. We're going to talk about why salt is important to us. And truthfully, salt started out as a treasure. We preserved food, we traded for money, we did all those things. And then later on, that's how civilization actually worked. Because they could stay in one spot and salt would preserve, or they could bring it from distances and do trade. But we also know that salt, there can be too much salt, especially as the word process. So Peggy I'm going to name some foods, Peggy, and talk about the extra salt that can be in these foods. So it's not the salt that's in the food, because there are foods that are naturally salt. There's some meats and some of those types of things in them. We're going to talk about that. So you're going to pour a little bit of salt. So we're going to start out with breakfast, and we're going to have cereal and milk, and the cereal has about an extra quarter teaspoon of salt. And so not the natural salt, but the extra quarter teaspoon. And then we also have lunch. For lunch, we're going to have two different things. I have the lunch option that you make at home, and I also have a stuffed we both. For lunch, we're having a turkey sandwich with cheese and mayo. Now, we know with bread, you would need salt in your bread to inhibit the yeast from, because if you don't put salt in your bread, if you've ever accidentally done that and the bread keeps going, you know, you get your story of a baker that got his salt in his cutting and put it in the dumpster and it's for the dumpster. You need a little salt. So, you also have an apple, and then you have potato chips. But truthfully, with potato chips, you add the salt after, just like French fries. It tastes salty because we're adding the salt after. You know, really grab the salt and make it more salty. So, right. For a snack and doing the medium French fries also put a teaspoon of salt. So for dinner, do we want the regular? Do we want a tomato sandwich or tomato soup and grilled cheese sandwich, or do you want the pepper? Okay. 6 chicken nuggets is a quarter teaspoon. A medium fry is a quarter teaspoon. A milkshake is a quarter teaspoon. So, even a milkshake has salt in it, and you add salt for flavor. We know how brilliant it is. You add a little bit. So, what is that all add up to? It adds up to about 2 teaspoons of extra salt. Okay, that doesn't count the salt that, you know, it's supper time and you have veggies and seasoning and stuff. And that can add up also to about a quarter teaspoon. Like my dad used to say. So that added we're supposed to only get about 1. You know what, but even if we have the tomato soup and grilled cheese, we end up with the same. About 2 extra pieces. Again, we're supposed to have about 1 teaspoon in each every day. Again, it's very typical. We didn't even talk about the process food. So when we process food, they add salt again. Okay, so we're going to do that. And you want to stay and do some more, and go down the line. Okay. Now what we're going to do is I have 4 cups here of water. We're going to talk about the salt in the ocean. So the salt in the ocean, I realized you can't see right here. I just realized that. The salt in the ocean, we can't drink that salt. It's too salty for us, right? And what we really need, if we could drink the salt, it'd be fine, except we need clear water to help process food. Our kidneys can't process that salt that's in the ocean. And I'm not talking about a gulp of water. That won't do anything to us. But if we kept drinking the salt, the water, we would have problems. So what is the difference then between the different types of water? There's clear water, there's ocean water, there's salt lake water, and there's Dead Sea water. And those are all very different. We can actually almost step on the Dead Sea. It will float anybody, right? People put chairs out there and they just float there all day long. I keep wondering what they just do. So we've got 4 glasses of water. You are going to add add 4. The first one is labeled tap water. This is tap water. Ocean water is next. Then we have Great Salt Lake, and finally we have Dead Sea. So the ocean has about half a tablespoon of salt. We're going to put in there.
And you put a quarter cup in the great salt lake. Third of a cup. Okay. So now we're going to drop an egg and we'll see the difference. Okay, you're going to drop an egg. Well, I'll hold it up. Is it hard boiled or not? It is not hard boiled. Oh, okay. Drop it. So you see it goes right to the bottom. It doesn't really float. I do have more eggs, just so you know. I told Jackie on the way here, I got the one egg that I needed. Okay, so now, ocean water. So if you notice, it kind of splashes, but it is actually starting to float a little bit. Okay, this is the Dead Sea. No, I like it. This is Great Salt. Okay, and as you see, the top. Okay, it's kind of floating. You can't see, but it's floating right in the middle. There's still a lot of salt there. Let's see what happens then. This is it's not quite dissolved. So one of the things you're going to have to do is dissolve a little better. But this is the Dead Sea. And the Dead Sea doesn't grow anything in it, right? It can't survive. So let's see what happens with the egg. If you notice, the egg actually never touched the bottom. It never got that far down. It comes and it pops right back up. So instead of being in the middle, you can see it right up there. It's towards the top. So that's why people in the Dead Sea can float, because it's so dense that it can't go down. So I made a little mess up here. I'll go get some help. So that's just one of the activities we're going to do, just to help kids understand buoyancy and those types of things. And then we can also make a boat and talk about different designs of boats and why boats float better on some on the ocean and things like that. So any questions? Okay, I'll go get some help.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about the STEM Imagination Guides. And so like Jackie said, the STEM Imagination Guides are the early childhood portion of kind of this whole program. And so it started about 2 years ago, and we kind of decided that with our K-6 program, we were kind of missing an audience with that. And so as early childhood educators, selfishly, we were like, oh, okay, so let's do this for our little ones. And especially since a lot of, Jackie and I both have young children that would be kind of in that early childhood age. And so we wanted to provide some lessons that could be used not only by librarians, but also with childcare providers and parents, grandparents. We had a lot of, as you saw with the impact report up there, there was a lot of other types of people that were kind of using these guides. So we're really excited to be able to continue this year. So again, last year was Tales of Tales, and then the year before that was our fairy tales. So with this year's ocean theme, this is kind of one of my favorites actually. So I am from the South. I am from Texas. I grew up in Texas and Alabama. So I grew up near the ocean. So I have lots of cool things that have to deal with the ocean, and it's something that's really kind of, part of my childhood. And so I get really excited about it. And I happen to also love turtles, and that is one of our lessons. So we're also really excited about that one. So with our STEM Imagination Guides, and those of you that have used them in the past, you'll kind of see that the formatting that we have from last year is pretty similar to this year.
So this is what it's going to look like. And actually, I have a draft copy of the sea turtle lesson that I'll pass out here in just a minute. But all of the lessons are going to look similar to this as far as the format go. Of course, the theme and the activities and everything is going to be a little bit different. But what we have on each one, so the front page is here on the left. And at the top is kind of the title of the book and the book that we chose for each one of our lessons. So we have 8 different lessons. So we chose 8 different books. And actually, this was one of our favorite parts this year because we got to go to the library and kind of go through all the different ocean books and all kinds of different things to think about how we wanted to talk about oceans and what we wanted to provide. So the first one that we have is our sand castle, and we have the sand castle that Lola built, which is this book right here, and it's kind of based on the poem "The House that Jack Built." And actually, the other one that we have is "The Treasure of Pirate Frank," which is also kind of based on that same little poem. So with the sandcastle one, basically all of our lessons are going to have conversation starters. And you know, as librarians, we know how to read books to children, but sometimes when parents read books, or even child care providers, they just read through the book and that's it. And they're like, okay, cool, we're done with the book. But we wanted to kind of provide some conversation starters so they can ask questions and start to kind of actually have children think about what is happening in each one of these books, or how do these books or how do these themes relate to children or relate to experiences they've already had. So that's why we provided those conversation starters. And again, feel free to expand on all of those, but we just wanted to make sure that we had everything kind of in a neat little package for you, especially for our parents and child care providers that might be utilizing these as well. Then each lesson is going to have a STEM connection. So since these are our STEM reading connections, all of the lessons have a STEM activity of some sort. So with the sand castles, we have sand castle engineering, where children get to build their own sand castle, and it's kind of cool because it's using full paper rolls. So if you're like me, I collect those like you know, they're gonna go out of style or something. So I think I probably have like 1,000 at my office. That is not a joke. So there's a perfect example of something to use those toilet paper rolls for, and that is for building a sand castle. Then on the back side, which is the one over here on the right, so every guide will have a nature activity, a creative arts, and a toddler piece. And this actually is a little bit different from last year because we got a lot of feedback from our child care providers and parents and things like that. And because last year we had creative arts, we had music and movement, and we had, what was the other one? I can't think of it. But with our topics here, we had a lot of child care providers that were really wanting something specific to infants and toddlers because a lot of these other activities are geared towards preschool or even older children can do them as well. So we wanted to make sure to include that infant toddler piece in there so that way they did have something to do with their younger kiddos that they were working with. So all of them will have an infant toddler section on here. That's not to say that these other activities can be tailored down or up for any other age level, but we just wanted to make sure to provide that. And then the creative arts, that one is just kind of a fun one, I think. And then of course our nature piece. We really wanted to focus a lot on nature and getting kids outside, and even if it's cold, luckily these will be available for summertime, so it'll be nice to go outside. But our kind of hope is that these could be used throughout the entire year and in years, you know, to come. So that's kind of why we wanted to provide a nature connection in all of these guys. So the infant toddler and the nature sectors are the two that are kind of new this year. And then of course on the right-hand side of the back page here is just a little bit of background about the program, kind of where it started and that sort of thing. And then we have our contact information and a QR code, which is kind of for parents to be able to scan that and get some of the lessons and activities to go along with each one of these guides. So that's a little bit of an overview about the general format of the guide. So the exciting part for you today is that you will get a draft, and I put a nice little draft on here. So I mean, you can still use them, but they just haven't been reviewed yet. So hopefully there's not any spellings and all that sort of thing on there. But so this is our sea turtle lesson or sea turtle guide. And the book that we chose for this one is Pokey the Turtle Patrol. And like I said before, I really love sea turtles. I have a turtle tattoo, and I have shirts, and I actually told Jackie I had turtle shoes, but I did not wear them because they didn't really match. They're kind of purple and glasses with red, so I didn't go with that. But maybe they'll make an appearance sometime this year. But anyway, so for sea turtles, the way that we have these divided up is, since there's 8 guys, Jackie took 4 of them, and then I took 4 of them. So that way we didn't have to try to, do them all together, and we can kind of focus on 4 each, and then we combine those. So we graciously decided that the sea turtle one could be mine. So this one was really fun to get to do. Now, again, like the other lessons, it has the same formatting. It has the conversation starters up here. It has the sense connection. On the back side is nature turtles. So basically, that one you would kind of cut out, I guess I'm not going to say a template for a sea turtle, and you can use a general shape. You don't have to get all crazy with the exact measurements. But the goal is to kind of fill the turtle shell with different nature items. And so you can go on a nature walk and collect those items. You can have them already pre-bought or pre-collected yourself if you want to do that, if like the weather isn't too bad or something. But we really wanted to just be able to make sure that we had some nature things for children to be able to decorate or create their turtle shell. With the creative arts, this one is a clay sea turtle. So this one is also, I really like using clay for lots of different things because it lets children create things that is important to them. So they might create a turtle that looks nothing like a real turtle. Also okay. So the whole point is that way they can make things that may or may not be the same as their neighbor. So they can use their creativity, they can use their own ideas to be able to do that. With the clay, you can provide toothpicks, plastic knives, if you're allowed to do that, any kind of tools that you would use to kind of mold the clay or do different shapes on it or something like that. I know like Play-Doh tools and that sort of thing that come with those too. Then for the infant toddler one, okay, this one was actually kind of tricky because there's not a whole lot of stuff as far as like activities for sea turtle things. So I was doing a little bit of research on sea turtle nesting. And if you know anything about sea turtles, they come up to the same place where they were born to lay their eggs. And the females leave these really cool tracks because, of course, they have flippers, but they're not like regular feet or claws or something. So they have flippers. So when they come up on the beach, they kind of make these really cool tracks in the sand. And then, of course, they dig their hole and they lay their eggs and then they leave. So the tracks that they leave, and this is just a picture, but you can Google all kinds of sea turtle tracks, nesting tracks, and that sort of thing, and find all these really cool looking designs that they have. So for infants and toddlers, I was thinking that they could use a sandbox or even just a tote with sand in it or something like that, that they can make their own tracks with their hands or however they want to do it. I mean, you can use tools if you wanted to. So again, these are kind of available to use how you want. If you have access to sand, if you wanted to just give each one of them a little bowl, like if you have older toddlers or something, they can have their own bowl and make sand tracks with their fingers. So it's kind of just there to be able to use how you will. So for the STEM connection, this one I thought was really, really cool because so there's 7 species of sea turtle. That doesn't include, those are the ones that are alive. There are some that are extinct. And my goal actually today, so I printed off posters of life-size sea turtles because I'm super nerdy like that. And but I had them laminated and they didn't have them ready until I was on my way here. So I was kind of bummed about that. But I have these printed off and you can do the same thing. You can find posters that look like this. I also have one of my friends gave this poster to me, and so I'm pretty excited that I can use it now. So this is Sea Turtles of the World. This has all of the ones that are currently alive on here, and it kind of gives pictures of like what the adult looks like, what the babies look like, and what the juvenile look like. And it also gives like their average weight for each kind of life cycle stage, and also the average age when they reach adulthood, which probably don't care about all that, but it's really interesting. Turtles can live a really long time. The largest sea turtle that is living is the leatherback sea turtle, and so they can get about 800 pounds and up to 6 feet long. So I have a giant 6-foot poster that you can lay out on the floor and have all these different things. So yeah, so these are all the 7 different types of sea turtles. Again, you don't have to print out life-size posters. If you do want that, let me know because I can give you my files that I have. Because it was kind of a pain to do. I had to like do some math, and that's why I'm in early childhood, so I don't have to do that. And so I was having to like do all these conversions and stuff like that, so I could figure out how to make them actually poster size to fit the poster printer that I have at work. Blah blah blah. Anyway, I have those. If you would like to print them out, I can print them also, but it would just be a cost for our paper and stuff like that. But anyway, if you need that or would like that, just let me know. But they have posters that you can purchase like that, or you can print off just a regular poster, something like that with the different sizes of sea turtles. So the STEM connection activity here is all about measurement. And so this one is kind of different because a lot of our STEM connection activities are building things or doing some engineering, but this one is measurement. And so you want to have a couple of different supplies. Of course, like I said, you can print out a poster, you can have pictures like this. It doesn't really matter what you choose to do. But you can have a measuring tape, yarn, of course, children and their feet and hands. And so we want to talk a little bit about different kinds of measurement. So, of course, we have, like a tape measure that actually has inches on it. Might have rulers or something like that. The tape measure works better just because it goes all the way up to 6 feet. So you have a giant turtle size. My husband is 6'4". So he would be like the size of a leatherback sea turtle. And I was trying to think of that when I was trying to do this. Anyway, so then you can get different pictures of sea turtles, a size chart, whatever you'd like to do. And so depending on the age of children that you have, for your younger kids, they're not going to want to write down or be able to write down all the different sizes and comparisons, but they might just be interested in things. For your preschool kiddos, you can do a little bit of measurement with them. So like I said, the leatherback is about 6 feet. So what you can do is, of course, have a picture of it, or you can lay out your measuring apparatus, whatever that may be, and have children kind of compare their own size to the different sizes of sea turtle. So they might not necessarily relate to our giant leatherback turtle, but they might relate more to grizzly, which is about an average of 6 feet. So, you think about a little kiddo that's 6 feet. I'm trying to think, my son, he's about 3 feet. I think he's 3 years old. So he's probably more like our olive grizzly, gets up to 2.5 feet, and is about 100 pounds. So then our hawksbill, this one is going to be more like a 3-year-old right here, about 3 feet and 130 pounds. I hope your 3-year-olds are not 130 pounds. Maybe they're eating a little too much salt in their diet. So then we have our flatback turtle. Those get about 3.5 or 3.2, an average of 200 pounds. And then we have our loggerhead turtle, which your loggerheads, leatherbacks, and green sea turtles are the ones that most people are familiar with. Green sea turtles, those are the ones that we have at the Omaha Zoo. I don't work there, but that are at our Omaha Zoo. And so our loggerhead gets about 3.6 feet and is around 260 pounds. And these are all adult sizes. So you can even alter this activity to talk about the little turtles. There's all like that poster that I have has the actual measurements of those, but all of those measurements you can find online as well to decide how you want to do this measurement activity. The green sea turtle about 4.5 feet, 300 pounds. And then of course, like I said, our leatherback turtle that gets about 6 feet and around 800 pounds. So some kids might just be interested to see different ways to see turtles. So there's just all kinds of different ways that you can do that. And then of course we have our other types of measurements. And you can use a tape measure, or if you have a life-size poster, you can talk about how many feet, so how many children's feet so they're not gonna be exact, but that's another way to measure. You can also give each one of them a piece of yarn, and they can decide how long the sea turtle is, or how big the sea turtle is. So it's kind of just, again, just an example of an activity, but you can expand upon it or do it in different ways depending on. Does anybody have any questions about that one? I could talk all day about sea turtles because I think they're super cool, and every time that's like my favorite thing to go to when I go to the zoo. My husband hates going to the zoo. He's super nerdy. I also used to work there, so that's why I'm also super nerdy about that. But another cool thing is, so last year when we did the Tales of Tales, we had a pilot program that we did with childcare providers, and it was a really cool way to see some of the adaptations that they did with the lessons that we gave them. And so one of the things that you could do with this one, not necessarily the sea turtles specifically, but any of these activities, is talk a lot about just different ocean animals. And so our guides that we have aren't necessarily focused on individual ocean animals, but some kids really like sharks, and some kids really like sea turtles, or some kids really like whales or something like that. So you can kind of do some different things based on just the overall theme that we have. So another cool thing, like I said, since I lived in Alabama near the coast, and actually my parents live at the beach now, so that's super awesome. So last time I visited, I got to kind of go and get some super fun artifacts. So this is one of the posters that I got on Alabama Beach Live. So it kind of gives a big view of some of the animals and plants and stuff that are actually at either in the water or that live up on the beach. The other cool thing is you can acquire a lot of different shells. So I have, and I'll leave this up here for a minute here in just a second after we're done, so you can come look at all this stuff. But there's sand dollars, there's starfish, there's all kinds of different things that you can bring in to kind of bring this this theme to life. Because you know, for me, I grew up near the beach, so it's really important to me, and it's a big part of my life. But for a lot of kids in Nebraska, we're a landlocked state, so that this doesn't necessarily mean anything to them. So the more that we can bring in to kind of help bring that to life for them, and that's why I like the idea of having a life-size sea turtle, because then they can see how large these animals actually are. And you can talk about the measurement of a blue whale. Of course, it would not fit in this room. So again, just kind of thinking of ways to bring the ocean and bring all of these different things to life for children. So here in just a minute, Jackie's going to kind of take over and talk about how you can use some of these. And I want you to think about, if you would like to, and I know some of you raised your hand to say that you've worked with us in the past on these lessons. If you think that you might want to pilot some of these for us this year, so that way we can kind of get some feedback, get some ideas, so that way what we do during the year is we do presentations for not only libraries, but we also do it for parents, we do it for early childhood providers, 4-H educators, to kind of help to, like you said, get the word out about these lessons. And it's really a great opportunity for us to share what others are doing. You know, so if you want to pilot it and you have some really great ideas for adaptations that you want to do, just let us know. We're gonna pass around a sign-up sheet if you want to be kind of included in that conversation with us. So that way we can get a little bit of feedback on that before these go out to the public and to our larger audiences out of the area. So with that, I don't know where the clicker is. So I'm not allowed to have this thing. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. So again, I'll leave all this out, and we have all the books that we've chosen, but all of these resources are going to be available March 1st. They're in the peer review process right now. You have your draft copy there that you're welcome to use. But on March 1st, we'll show you our website in just a minute, and that will those will all be available on our website. There we go. Okay. We do have also new this year. We have a couple. We'll have our guides translated into Spanish. The books, not all of them are available in Spanish. Some of them are, but we couldn't find all of them available in Spanish. But our guides themselves will be able to. And our website is down here. And again, we'll take that.
Have you seen that big large?
In real life, a leatherback. I've not seen a leatherback. When I was in Hawaii, they had in that season, so all of the green sea turtles were up on the beach, and they marked them out. So like they were up on the beach, and I was like, don't be that person that crosses the line and stuff. But so I've not seen a leatherback in real life. I was the kid that found a turtle in my swimming pool where I was growing up and said, I'm gonna raise this turtle in my backyard. Okay, I'm gonna pass it over to Jackie and
Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning about pilots. So we did do some pilot lessons last year, and there might be a few of you in the room, if you want to raise your hand, if you piloted some lessons for us last year. All right, so I do remember Peggy. I know, I think, you do the warrior? And so what we want to do is before we put them live on our website, we want to have adults just test them out with the and tell us what works and maybe what doesn't work, or if you have any ideas and adaptations. And I know that Peggy took some pictures, and I remember with the polar bear lesson from last year, they were learning about blubber and how Arctic animals stay warm. And so we had suggested having 2 containers of water, one which is cold water, the other was water and ice. And then you put Crisco inside of a baggie and double that up, and so then they put their hand into the water, and this one can then be just in the longer. So Peggy's adaptation was wonderful. What did you do? So she was able to go outside and just use snow as well. And then we had other providers that decided, no, oh, that might be a little too much for us. So they used that artificial. As they said, it was fun. The kids loved it. We didn't have we might have rethought that. Support. And so if you're interested in having a sneak peek of the lessons and possibly piloting with a story hour or any of children that you get together with, you can sure do that as well. The other thing that I just wanted to share is that libraries have chosen to use these in a variety of ways. Some libraries will have these books out and then they'll have the guides printed out so that when patrons check out these particular books, here's the guide that goes along with it. So that is one idea. A library in Lincoln, they actually put together like book bags. So they had little book bags or maybe bags like you have there, and they put in some of the supplies for the activities, the book, and the storybook guide. And so then they were able to come, patrons were able to come, check out those book packs, and then they were able to do some of the activities. Maybe not all the resources were in there, maybe or an activity that's really low cost. And I think as you look at all these and you go on to our website to see maybe what last year's looked like or the fairy tale ones look like, you're going to notice that we were really conscious about trying to keep all the activities minimal prep, because we know that everybody's on a really so what are things that you don't have to spend a bunch of time preparing and getting ready, and what are some things that children can use to explore and to build upon their natural curiosity. But it doesn't have to be, like Sarah mentioned, everybody's project turns out being or exploring, questioning, wondering that they have. So with that in mind, we would love for you just to take maybe about 3 minutes and chat with someone who's close to you about how you could possibly see yourself implementing maybe the 4-H lessons, the head, hand, heart, health that Ann talked about earlier, or the STEM imagination guide. And sometimes I think it's great to be able to brainstorm with somebody next to you and when you share it out loud, then the ideas start to kind of. So I'm going to give you about 3 minutes just to chat with someone. And then if somebody has a great idea they want to share, I'll do that as well. All right, so I can see that they're getting lunch ready, and I know that we're in between you and lunch, so we promise we will not go over. But as you were brainstorming with those next few, are there any ideas that you're willing to share with the group in regards to how you think that you might want to implement some of these resources? So I love that adaptation of using kinetic sand instead of regular sand, and because I know this group over here was talking about the mess too. So the sand castle with the toilet paper tube, that's an option that would be a little less messy, but I think there's just ways to think about that. And I also think it's fun that you're thinking of groups that you have that come to your library, and maybe there's even groups that you can think of in your community that these resources would be good to share with. So she suggested her mommy and me group, but there's lots of other early childhood groups that are probably in your communities as well. So thank you for sharing. Other ideas?
My aunt and uncle go down to Mexico every year to help. They were telling me that they help, the part of the recipe to help dig out the egg, but and I told her, if we do a truck.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if they have any pictures, I mean, that just brings it to life. So we share this story, and now we can bring this story to life with real life experiences and hands-on activities. Awesome. Yeah.
The Snyder School and the library have a good partnership. And I was thinking we could have one of our summer reading days at school. We could pretend to be skills, different starts, different maybe if you're not a good swimmer, you could just use a little keyboard.
What a great, and I think that's what it's all about, is making those connections. And so I love that you talk about already having that established partnership. And what a great way to have two entities in your community kind of joining forces to celebrate this summer reading season. So what a great idea. So what I did pass out is we're always, you know, we're in extension. So as I mentioned, we're research, we're innovation, we're sharing resources. We would love to know, like, do a 3, 2, 1 review. So what are 3 things that you learned from our session today? What are 2 ways that you'll use the information that we shared with you? And what's 1 way that you'll share your learning? So kind of as a reflection for you, I always think if I ink it and thinking it kind of sticks in my brain a little bit longer. So we welcome your feedback to do 3, 2, 1. If you would rather not, that's fine as well. But it's just kind of feedback for us to think about what were your main takeaways and what do you look forward to doing. Is there a question over here? Absolutely, I can give you another copy. There you go. All right, and with that, I think that's the end of our time. If you have any questions, I think we're sticking around for lunch. Our contact information is right up here. You might be wondering about the website. Since it's not my computer, I didn't go out and view the website with you. But on the back of your imagination guide, there's a QR code. If you scan that QR code, it takes you right out to the website. Super easy to navigate. The storybooks that you like, click on them. They'll ask you a couple of questions. That's just for our information, and then it takes you to a file, and you can save all of those resources right on your computer so you can have them whenever you would like. So that's for the storybook. If you scroll down a bit further, there's a PDF that has all the 4-H lessons in there as well. And the cool thing about that is, since the 4-H lessons are very detailed and have so many activities, the PDF is actually tabbed, so you can go to the specific lessons that you want instead of having to scroll down through like 100 different pages trying to find what you're looking for. So just know that those bookmarks are included in there. Thank you for inviting us to be a part of your day. It was great to see everyone in person this year.
I have to ask my officer.
And that's like, yeah, some teachers, like, how long was it? And they did. No, I
I think lunch is all set up and ready to go. wasn't working right then, so, yeah, I don't. They started doing this. No, nature. The best place I ever trained. I am the youth director. Oh. I'm learning a lot. Yes, the day's place. I know. For a little while.
I've never been to actually like go.
Well, I know that's what I feel like too. Yeah, no.
California, yeah, so they have the different. Not Snyder, California, but you're.
Now it's like.
Like I and built. And they have. I go along.
And then how they labeled it, and then so I asked her, you got bring them back. That's why she said, and the kids are priority. The magic tree house, so.
We usually offer a couple of sets. Because not everybody will have them. We also send out. Well, it would be
Unreasonable. Well, there you go. You cry. That's good. Yeah. I have one tonight. Try to. Two little girls and a sixth grade boy. Those three were sad. The sixth and third boy, and I, I one time trying to put it in the girl. He has. Is it something? No, I know, I don't mind. I know label. And that was really well. My Legos are really now. That's not it. Keep buying like, yes, I won't tell my
See you later. This Saturday. We only meet once a month, and I would love to have more of it. I read online,
Does anybody else have the 3, 2, 1?
they wanted to start, so.
I think I picked up most of them.
And you build your way up, and most of my kids are already at the final level.
It's been a while.
Yeah, they would just, I had to make my own posters. I didn't like to do that. So that's why I had to make so I actually, because Wayne State is really close to my office, and so they have like a, whatever. But then they just fill us. So I live over there. Our live there for 24 inches. Well, my posters are around they have sometimes it gets nice. Because I actually was going to do like a green
For my kids. Crazy kids.
Wayne State, so I just paper, I mean, the paper is thick, but I was like, well, it's like, it's not really quite cardstock, but it's like tissue paper, so but I was like, if I want to use those, because I'll use them after this last anyway for other stuff, because I haven't been conservation for this. So I mean, I want to be able to keep up. So yeah, I think they'll just. Yeah. So we'll see how they turn out.
Well, we have. This is a 1 by 1. Then we have a Lego. So all of those toys are out there to show. They just walk around.
Yeah, the other one was just more of a
Yeah, better than almond.
Oh, they do, they still do.
I was given between small. I thought I heard something else. Yeah, overwhelming. Yeah, my previous one got 3 almonds here last week. I mean, you love them. You love it. You got all excited and you went and married them. And it comes out, it starts back, then I found out, it starts to fry. Honey, I should. It's, yeah, it looks not like birds. You know, that must be a new. And I didn't want another one. I like, no more games. The way I got my first one, my boss, my other job. She had actually.
Yeah, they were, it wasn't, someone held it, it was typical.
They were advertised as something else and then bid on them and got them. And she was tasting. You know, she thought they were going to win this back room. That back wall. Yeah. And she had 5.
And he was and he just turned 10.
Oh. She does foster care, and one of the foster kids was love with the daughter.
We had a
They had, she was in class, so I took the advantage. I'm sorry, that's not. I know, it was really like, you know, yes, our world was essentially to her cat. Like, there was one left. They brought it to my house. I didn't get to live in our house. I was like, oh, yeah. Cat, so no.
Bobby's, yes, you guys got your problems to deal with. I will take that.
This was,
I suppose I'm hoping right now I have like.
well, then they don't.
I'll get a phosphorus. That's. Yeah. They get, they're naughty ones. Yes. One of the years I had one tub that I put on the other figures. And I got it now. And then they had to build a house there.
So he wants to get idea.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't know what else to do. I saw we started. Yeah. And then we learned they didn't Can I take a look? Oh, there's different ideas. Amazing. Well, I had somebody give me a big tote full, and there's no rhyme or reason. So I had also purchased some and set them out. I changed to my color to the toes, and it just kind of. Yeah, we're doing library tour. The last time, interesting, I just took I bought some more little totes. And I just, but there's some junk in there too.
They have a little boy that has sorted out. That's the same old word.
Yeah. I got really cheap. I found my base plates $1. Yeah. It's just, they fit liquor. And I bought some from Menards and I like build it, whatever. The same thing. It's not paying for labor.
oh my gosh, the faceplates have been on Amazon. They're just $7 for one. And I just like got, and I had no idea how to fix it. And did I want to invest that much money? So, absolutely. Pick out a figure. Yeah. A big mansion. I had one pirate. Built a ship. He had the plank where you go off the plank. What if you get a scale?
A graveyard or what's it called? A body of
Oh, there you go. I had one little girl, she was just like, they had things like chairs and different things that all went. And she had a science, and she had his laboratory here, had steps and a bed up here, you know, and just like, and her chair to watch her. You know, there's odds between 12 kids doing it and 50 of them. Oh, we didn't have to wear stuff. They build together. Let me tell you one.
we have 42 or 3
Exactly. So we had well, that's just like, I had the ones that I had stored. I had to do some help where I got to do with it, like packages. And we sort of kind of said, what color do you think? Okay, so we put these colors together. Well, I went in and then, like I said, I just scooped and picked out the big chunky things that didn't go. And I went in, I left my stuff on the table back there for a while for anybody to come in and see it. And then I sat down. The week after, I started taking things off, then I just started swatching into their lives. So now I got to wonder if my little toes to scoop out more.
Yeah, after a while, I tried to slice it. My grandson, well, I had reds and I had all from
Well, I had black and white, orange and yellow, blues and green. Reds and pinks, I think, you know. But instead of there, that's more yeah, right now. But I find out I have one black and cream color.
I had home, I had black and gray, I had a lot of gray.
Because that's what I call black and gray and that. And then I've got brown, tannish colors. And then I've got something just odd color. And it's just like, okay, you go there.
Yeah.
You know what? This is the thing that has never contacted me. Oh, really? No, this isn't a free, just like. I've gone to a meeting. They talk about I yes, I know. The village clerk.
That would be good. And originally they were going to last next time. Oh, now they don't know. Next time I plan on January. And it's still when they're talking about putting the part to build. Because they got one of those stages. They have. Well, I mean, it's not the village. See, that's like New Year's Day. I had heard years ago, like, some snow. And then. That's just like every Thursday. I don't know. That's why. Yeah, my daughter-in-law wasn't gonna be there. All my shelves are built. I mean, the back shelves are the wall. I have 4 freestanding big shelves. And then I have 4 freestanding. I don't want to show. I know. We'll see. And many more, I believe when I see it. Yes. Oh, you know what that is. Yeah, that's all we're gonna go. Where's everybody's that they're there? If they don't take out where they put me, I'll be paying them. Because they won't be much in the front. Because they don't know what you want from the whole thing. I would have to crowd people. Yep. Oh yeah, it's just a mess. I've just got to keep going. Doesn't do me any good. Kind of like your situation. Yeah. City's doing it. So is that your foundation will go away Tuesday? Is there anything? That's it. My foundation. Once a year. Don't want to do anything. Don't want to do anything. The library's foundation? Yes. Budget foundation. I've turned it over to him. Well, I have no treasurer. I have no board. That should be his job. Yeah. I'm not in the door when they move it out. Because Just a thing that's done every 2 years. Five minutes each. Yeah. No. So. It's easier. This sheet. We need to go there. We need more time to go there than right now. I know. Yeah.
Everybody else is.
Yes. Yeah, so do I. So do I.
So now I got a job. I just got some display cabinets.
You know, that.
And I'm like, hey, anybody? Anybody? You know, we had a brought in like, and you know, that was great, but you know, she went kind of like, yeah, but yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any players. As far as I know.
No, it's a good off there. Yeah. Yeah. Other duties.
Carnage. That's carnage wire. Is it too late to get one of those? Carnage wire. I know. They're actually gonna publish it's the pipes first. Many years ago. They never repaired it. It just got in about 3 years, the city council was like, well, we're gonna take a tour of it. Right? They made us sign a waiver.
Oh.
We went in.
Fell through.
Yeah. And I mean, just the windows, the space, you could see it's warmer. Yeah. But I asked them, okay, when you demolish it, can I have that big stone up the library? Oh, well, you know, if you demolish it, you can't just, you know, pick it up off the ground and involve a crane and put it in the truck. And like,
Can you do that?
I don't care. Can you do that for me?
I was trained guys number.
Yeah, well, if they can do it, I just put it right on the corner of the front there. And then not only like city council for giving it to me.
Because they mow around it. Well, you could put gravel around it.
You can put a little cement thing and have a bench there. Like they have out here.
I think we'll go ahead and start our afternoons thing, which is kind of just gonna be sharing ideas and thoughts and some reading stuff. If you have crafts that you have in mind to do, brought them along, that would be great. Share, otherwise just talk about. So,
Well, I came up with genetics. That was my contribution for the day.
So does anybody think they'll be using the game and parks or the extension?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, I'm probably gonna email them all tomorrow and be like, give me all the stuff.
The turtle lady will be
Yes.
overwhelmed.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna do a whole secret of thing. Cindy, we've asked, so I asked before, does somebody use the trunks from the game and parks? When you have? Yes, they were really nice. So I went to Northwest and picked it up, I called them first and set it up, make sure they were free for the week I needed it.
How heavy is it for a person to grab?
They're not bad, the ones I had anyway, I could pick up pretty much by myself. It's a big tote, yeah, it's a big industrial, I would say, tote with handles on it. I got the birdie one, which is really neat, had all kinds of different, little like claws and feathers and things, all the stuff to go with it. And there's a bird call thing where you're listening to the bird calls. So a lot of things in there that were really nice. And then I also got the banana kit. I want to say there was either 15 or 20 pairs of binoculars in there. So all the kids got binoculars. Went down to the park and just looked at different things.
Norfolk's probably about closest more.
Yeah. Yes. And where's that? Kind of like the north end of town, right? North end of town, yes, right next to
Yeah, you have to drive kind of behind the state
Yeah.
patrol. It's a road that goes up the hill.
Oh, I did. But so that's fine.
What used to be a place you could get your.
How about presenters? Does anyone have presenters already hired for the summer?
We have a couple
That's one thing when you hire a presenter, a lot of times if you have several libraries in the same area, they'll save on travel. So it's good.
trying to stop my library into doing end of the summer thing, hiring somebody. I never did a response to that.
So where does everybody get their funding for summer reading? Where do you get the funding for summer reading? Is
My
it built into the
pocket.
budget or?
I bet.
I said, yeah, private.
She big all my around the area.
Like business.
I've had patrons. Last year I had a patron, an elderly gal, and I get all her books for her. He graduated the large grade Western, so I ordered new ones in, so he's gone through all of hers. And she donated $50, and I just like, that just went into my programming, and she was fine with that. So, yeah.
But you can only do that 2 years in a row.
And you have to have one in your town.
Within
15 miles.
10, 25 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That has a specific summer reading program.
Yeah, I know.
So,
So they give us $1,000 every year.
You know what I could do with $1,000 or something? I mean, I was doing it on like $40. I can't.
Out of your pocket too. Yeah. That's what my teaching was for 24 years. Everything came out of my pocket.
Well,
So
I
I get that.
feel that right now. Hours.
Summer reading. We get ours from the library. From my friends from the library. Yeah. They pay for the majority of our summer reading stuff. The library doesn't have suppers. Yeah. So Peggy, you're getting, what's the Dino? Dino Odell.
Is that handout?
And Liz, you said you have food lined up? Rainbow trout. Rainbow trout.
I've
Where
been
are
there
they
as
at?
my
She does,
fourth,
we always have to put up in
just refused to help.
as kids will arrive.
Because I think that's all.
And then
I will
actually did last
cram
year, I had a big old
the
Bible
theme
going on.
around whatever it is I wanted to.
And then she does a magic show and she doesn't fully adhere to the theme of the year, but like you, like she asked me, she's like, what are you doing? And I use the magic story again. Well, the little unicorn and dragons, and she drew some unicorn and dragon stuff in there. But doesn't the magic show gets the kids involved and it's a lot of like haha gags or the whole, oh, I'm failing my trick, and then do a trick without even meaning to. And the kids are like, and then she does balloon stuff, and every kid leaves with some kind of balloon thing. Last year it was swords and bows and arrows and bracelets and stuff. $250 for 2 hours. No, yeah, compared to like $400 for our sheet. She's got a website, and we'll talk about word, I can't remember where she comes from, but she was in charge of, she's always our end of program party. I already told her, like, as she was leaving last year, I'm like, we'll see you next year. And she's like, well, you're gonna hire me again? And I'm like, yes, I'm hiring you. That was the second time I asked her, and I was saying, would have been the third time, but 2020. Yeah. Our nine. Didn't do anything. She's awesome. I'm thinking about, like, I always want to have her the end of party because the kids always ask to see clown coming. And then she's got full clown, half clown, no clown. So if you've got kids who don't like clown, she can look like a magician's assistant or wear her funny clown clothes and not do her face and have the big shoes and like gloves, or full clown where it's just a giant Terrifying.
clown. I'm thinking I might try to do more than one performance this year, but I always have to do the end of program pizza party deal where I pick up the awards. Because they'll be like, is she gonna be there? Are we gonna get our face creams to come in? Yep, we're gonna do that. I need to email her. Last Thursday, okay. Her, thinking about getting another. Well, to see how we do it. Does anybody else have pretty center lined up for this year? Already? I know it's early, but some people are. Some people are a lot more organized than I am.
I think I'll start getting ready in like
Now, I wasn't even looking. I was waiting until today. And then take everything from today and then the manual. Right. Go from there.
Well, speaking of the manual, the Oceans of Possibilities bags, does anybody ever buy supplies from the catalog?
I do.
Yeah.
Anyway, just, that's what these were, just kind of samples, so you can see what we are.
okay,
Oh,
here's
yes, show them your squid hat.
Oh.
That Fran's trading company.
So that's the
Really?
coaches that have that. They're into it.
Yeah. Oh my.
That'd be a gift.
There's 12.
Yeah, exactly. Watch it.
Squid hat.
Squid hat, add it to the list, need it, gotta have it. Did you, and you got
Tammy, are we able to use ARPA funds to buy out of the summer reading program? Because is that allowed or not allowed?
Sure, I would think it would be allowed.
Because I didn't know if that fell under promotional.
No, I asked Sam about, I started Lego Club and I asked him about that and he said yes. And it's, I would think that would fall in the same
Yeah.
type of category.
Really, the only two restrictions are if you buy technology, you have to be SIPA compliant, for the Children's Internet Protection Act. And you can't do construction where if you would move, it's something you would leave behind. But if it's COVID related, it's like, okay, we're trying to pick things back up again. So any, programming is trying to build your libraries back up after that weird year. So that's the way I understand.
That's good. Fun stuff.
I probably have to have everything spent by then. Yeah.
Because that's coming up.
Right, yeah. Yeah, for like subscriptions and stuff, I think it has to be used up by September 30th. Because I think that is their date it needs to be done, but they want a few months because they have to do they have to do a final report for hundreds of libraries.
So other places, I know, so that catalog that we read the majority of the prizes were where else?
This is from, is it CLPS?
I think so.
Collaborative Library Summer Reading. CS. I always think that the acronyms backwards.
Collaborative summer.
Collaborative Library Summer Reading, right? It's those letters in whatever order works.
I think it's about, okay. And that's reading the
Collaborative summer reading program.
and then
Oriental trading.
Sally's there. Can she hear us? She would know what it is. Collaborative Summer Reading.
The name of the organization is Collaborative Summer Library Program, CSLP.
CSLP. And how come we had to pay for our binders this year? I didn't have to pay last year.
Yeah, no binders. You get the US.
It's all USB.
Yeah, but I
ordered the binder because I was thinking of print. I know.
But I got the binder.
I looked to see how much I could do to print. And it pages.
We always have a
Way too much.
treasure trove.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I had to try to.
Random stuff.
Oh, you. Oh, no. Information already.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people call me. And I always just tell them, call me back later. But I don't know where to order. So. Good job.
Pencils and stuff. There's much in this one. Blockbuster, and I gave feedback. I was like, you don't have the heck devices here, and the kids depend on that to take them to school. So they listen to the feedback. And that's what, huh? What's the pro source specialty? Pro source, yep. It takes them a bit, like they're gonna call me again this month for me to actually pay for what I ordered. But it takes them a couple months, so if you want to get something, get it now. I've only used orange once, they get very pushy.
That's what that is, yes.
But I get tired. Don't be afraid. Like, I felt bad at first, but when it gets to the point where you get to the phone and then you start mouthing along with their spiel, don't feel bad.
Oh, be my hero.
Be my hero.
Yeah, it took me about a year and a half to finally tell this one guy, I was like, you just stop calling me, I'm never gonna look for anything from you. I was like, I'm sorry, but I know after I just sit here and listen.
Every month, how many sets of
You need your pencil.
That would take me years.
Oh, we have one homeschool family.
Okay,
I had that.
but when I'm
Finally, I was trying to say, yeah, but the thing is, well, the minimum is 15 times 10, and I'm like, oh, they're 3 times, you know.
Right.
They don't get that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, no, that's when I took over the library. That was one of the first things I got rid of. I was like, "Hey, it's not taking any action. It's not on my back into some other library person that is doing a project with us." I saw the little, it looked like she built it in the common. I then put it on a caster and somehow got to stick together and put a cushion on top. So they were like little,
There's been a
stools
couple,
to
there's
sit on. But they were like substantial. I got it on the rack.
No.
I see the thing where it's so simple, you just get like
She always sends me the
you know, for mounting stuff on the wall, and then you just set a book on it. And then it's the book shelf, and the book is the shelf. Like instead of using a board, you just use a book. It's a bookshelf book. Bookshelf, shelf. I like my
So
house.
the Nebraska State Fair, has anyone gotten those free tickets to give out?
What? I get them out, but I don't have a lot of kids that go.
Where do you get tickets?
Tickets to what?
From the state.
Fair.
I work there every year. I've never seen it.
They always email me and I just, yep, I want them again.
And they come to the library.
Yeah.
So I did, I would have to
get
them.
Do we have to ask for it?
I think so, but then, yeah, you have to put you on the list. I'll be like, hey, that's totally what it is.
So you just get this from the state fair for.
I believe so.
I'll make a note of it.
They get a
See,
package request. And
Okay.
you fill out,
Yeah,
it's
it's like a
one child, that
you
you
make
draw,
your-
they give away, like,
You get a free admission.
I like a grand prize. And then I always get a notice saying who won the grand prize. I like to have to go back and say somebody that I.
Someday.
Yeah.
That's our local county fair. Everybody in Dodge County gets like 5 tickets, free farm passes to Dodge County Fair. And like you were saying, you got people who don't go. My situation's opposite, where they wouldn't go until they got that carnival ticket. Like me and my son, Mike Warden, and said, "Hey, for your kid." They wouldn't go otherwise, but again, for the racing. That's really nice. So almost every year, we always send them a thank you. At the end, anybody who donates, I get some card stock and I print their name out on it, and then I know all the kids, me and all the board members sign it. And then we can take this picture. I forgot last year, we was having so much fun, and then I send it to them with another thing.
Oh, I have kids sign thank you and send it to everybody that helps support the summer reading. But taking a picture with it, that'd be something kind of cool.
And the multiple look signs and stuff.
So where do you get the supporters? Do you go to
I-
businesses or?
I just write letters to my local business people.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to come back and say,
Did you get my letter?
well, not that, but just kind of drop a slight hint, you
Yeah.
know, just like, oh, yeah. I mean, if they've done it before, it's just like, oh,
Right.
yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. You know, I've got one that she donates coupons for ice cream cones,
Oh, that's cute.
you know, so. Sometimes it gets lost in the shuffle and I don't hear from them again, so I just try to.
So has anybody worked with the games in parks before? I don't know, because I'm really intrigued about that family fishing thing that they talked about, because I mean, it's supposed to be kind of like aquatic based this summer, and I'm like, we've got one dirty little pond in our park. And I don't know if I could, I don't know if I would feel comfortable taking them down by the river for like a little splishy splash and dig in the sand or anything, but if we could organize a family fishing night. Are there just like certain places that they go to fish, or do they take a look at what's around where you're at and they're like, okay, we can go fish here? Or, because she said they provide the equipment too. don't they?
Yeah, they bring fishing poles.
Yeah,
and tackle. Yeah, he does.
So
They do.
basically just
That Larry guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like
Larry, I'm
Monica
sorry, Larry,
said,
what?
if you don't really have a question, call and brainstorm. you know.
I wrote,
make
yeah,
sure
I
something
was
was
trying to write this
they haven't
email,
done
but
it.
then it changed. It's doing at ours in Pierce. Yeah, here, but
Okay, Larry, contact person. Okay.
his email is Larry.A.
At Nebraska.gov.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anybody have a fish tank in their library?
Yeah, does anybody have a pet in their library? I want one too, but they won't let me.
I know, I haven't asked. I don't even have to ask. I know they won't let me.
Everybody wants their own duty.
We're passing these around. The Tilden did their entryway like this for Halloween. And they saved all the directions, or the decorations for this year, so anyway, we're passing them around.
The Meadowbrook Library had guinea pigs at one time, and we got them from the animal shelter.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool.
Perfect.
Oh.
My camera has died, otherwise
Yes.
we made our own coral.
Use Pinterest and then it's
Is that what
yes,
that is?
those are natural packing peanuts made of soybeans. Like you put them under water and they disintegrate.
So they should be underwater, really.
Yeah.
So they're all ready for summer. They got their decorations all done.
I was gonna say that's good.
I was the fish. Jeannie was the octopus. Yes. We actually, for downtown trick or treating, made our entryway into the bottom of the ocean. We just picked a theme. And then after that, we found out the summer reading program was Oceans of Possibilities. So we saved everything. So you're pretty prepared for our decorating.
Where did you get all this stuff?
We made a lot of it.
Really?
We have our community thrift store in town that we probably use that store every day here in the libraries. And then we went through stuff we had at home, you know, shelves and stuff like that. We used whatever we
That coral back there, you get that spray insulation foam.
Yeah, that's what we use.
Just lay it down and spray it and then spray paint it.
Yeah.
My buddy had a Little Mermaid themed baby shower, and we took spinners and cut like crisscross, not all the way down, and then you spiral it out, and then it all sticks out like coral. It'll have
Kind of like the,
my thing is great.
They made that too.
That's just.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to let everybody know that the last Saturday of January is National Puzzle Day. So I know everybody has puzzles in their library. So the last Saturday is National Puzzle Day. So we're gonna have puzzles out that whole week. I don't know if we're gonna have puzzles, like many puzzles, or just one really big hard puzzle that everybody has to work on. Yeah, because all libraries have puzzles. Oh my gosh, look at them all.
Oh, that's the spray.
Like I have this skill.
I know.
Oh, there's our little, there's our little octopus. Well, we're trying to get a craft, a monthly craft.
Katie's got the catalog, maybe you should look it
I
up.
gotta write that down, monthly craft,
Katie,
summer theme.
you have your catalog, can you look and see how much those are?
Christmas strong.
I like those hanging up. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I think it's like, here you
That's,
go.
I like that, it's decorated.
They said this was packing a unit.
But yeah, I didn't know they still use this.
Kind of fill it out.
You don't see them there. It's Cindy.
Only that, no.
Yeah, if we can get this monthly.
Okay.
craft thing going in
All
my
right.
library,
Thanks for
closer
looking.
it gets to summer, I'll be like, we need some autography.
So you're thinking adults crafting,
Adults again.
and then would you charge them for the crafts they make, or how you gonna do that?
No, I would say, here's some cereals. If you make them, or you can take one or
Oh,
craft.
oh, yeah, but that's just that ribbon.
This is cool.
Yeah, and it's so simple.
This looks exactly like coral.
It does. It's so neat.
I see pictures again right
Yeah,
away.
there's some flower ribbon and stuff. It's fun. Yeah, we need to really have a big base when they see it, they need it. I know.
I could have. I didn't see you wearing that.
I know, I definitely I need a squid hat. Oh, yeah, I already have that on my list. I wanted that, that was on my list. I came to my days.
My kids' grade is going to this training in Blair tomorrow.
Maybe we have craft ideas already for summer? Whitney, what kind of ideas do you have?
So I like to put something on the wall as part of the decoration. Like a publication reading. So like when we had the build it here, I had Lego bricks with their name on it, and we built the wall of Lego bricks as the year, as the summer. So this year I thought I'd make a jellyfish with their names on it, and then every time they read, say, 50 or 100 minutes, they get a link. And so the jellyfish streamer, they'll be like a little chain, a paper chain, kind of coming down in colors. And it'll graduate, it'll go like this, blue or something like that, or yellow to orange, you know, kind of go down that. And that'll be, everybody kind of go on the wall so we can see how far.
Yeah, the more there is, the more they
Yeah.
read.
And then I found out like I did like pictures too, and I just kept. So you will have wall space that you can actually. Yes. Yeah, I have one wall space that works, so. Another one was cereal box aquarium. Okay, so I'm gonna just take cereal boxes and just cut them out and make like a diorama almost. Oh, cool. And you just have the different, it's just paper and rocks at the bottom and fish. I thought that was kind of a cute, easy to do one. And then there's another version with a round, fish bowl instead of the square. And then there was where they took pictures of the kids and then they made them look like they were working with a straw and stamped some bubbles. And I thought that was cute. And then there's a toilet paper roll octopus. And then they made my grandkids did this in Bible camp, and it's just a piece of white paper with sea scene on it, and then we put over the top of it, I think it's some kind of plastic.
So like a Ziploc bag.
Yeah, Ziploc bag, and then you have the flashlight goes underneath, but that makes it white.
And it looks like it's lighting up. It's really
So it looks
cool.
like it's shining on it, yeah. But that was like simple. And then here's a picture of some decorations of somebody.
Where did you find them?
Pinterest. And then there's a chain with an octopus. I thought an octopus or a jellyfish. But was work. So
by the end of the summer, we have a lot.
I'm not the queen, but I am.
Oh, then for a snack, I
I
found
saved
this,
my butt.
it's
Trying to
graham
figure
crackers,
out what
and
to
they
do
put
for-
frosting on it and then goldfish.
Oh, cute.
I thought that was really cute. I thought that'd be a neat idea. So I can pass these around. Nice. Squid hat, $25.99.
That is so doable for a squid hat.
That's not bad. It's a thing. I might put you a little for $2.
So that's what.
I bet that's crushed up graham crackers. Brown sugar.
Yes, I see that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe well, that one.
Cheesy crackers and frosty. Well, the orange. Goldfish crackers.
So like would each arm be one of your readers or would everybody like for each book they read, they could get a lead and then keep it how many?
Yeah. We could have a 12 arm.
So that's the way you do it. Don't I understand?
There you go. You pick.
We're just turning it off, I bet.
Wendy, were you thinking of something like that?
Yeah, I've seen that before. And then the white, you draw the color on the bag, and then you put the black paper in the bag, and then when you put the white paper between the bag and the black paper, it looks like. So you color the picture of the bag, and then put the black paper in there, and you put yours, and then stick the white paper underneath it. Yeah, that's like, yeah, it's a tough one to explain. Cereal box.
Does it get in the googly eyes?
Googly eyes. Yeah, I know. I've heard that. I don't know. Maybe fish house. Oh, okay. They're together. Oh. Yeah. Sorry. You can keep one of these too. So you can really. Oh, this has the package.
And they get a prize if they like.
And then this one was a game.
Just thinking about sketch here. So what I'm talking about when I say give you eyes. Look at your own eyes.
Yeah, there's many issues.
You ever see those videos where people praise each other by doing googly eyes and everything? Someone come into their office bill and there's like 1,000 googly eyes.
Okay, well, this would be.
Yes, I can cut out paper strips and glue them in a blue.
Would you put up like what books they read? Maybe
I did a paper chains like this at the library I worked at, and post. So every time they open the book, they put the title of the book on a piece of paper and they can have it.
Does anybody do programs for adults, teens?
There are places.
Can't get them there anywhere.
Got the extras there.
They know how to work with the video. And the one thing. It would be very easy for you to come out of your phone and have fun with it or something.
Right.
Well, they're just in so much. There's so many things. So many events.
I brought up boards. I had it in Skyrim.
Yep.
Well, we got 2 humongous smart TVs in our new library, but our Wii and our PlayStation, we can't get it to play in color on our smart TVs. So we haul out our stupid TV that's on a card, and I'm like, but
Lose something in the transition.
yeah. Although every May the 4th, I did get the Wii lightsaber battle game. So every May the 4th, we have a lightsaber bracket tournament. To see who is Sith or Jedi.
So we did it
And what did you do with
at
them?
tie-dye socks.
Oh.
So mainly it was the volleyball team. But that was
That's a good idea. If you could team up with like the coaches for the summer camps, basketball camp. That would be fun. Okay, now we're all going to the library. Come on.
And
That
that's
would be
how
a
I
good-
usually try to do it in my town, because I'm just from a very small, very, very small rural library. And I try to do that, catch the kids like after a school event, or like on Wednesdays, I'll do a lot of my programming on Wednesdays afternoons, because they have like CCD or Friends of Jesus. And then as soon as they're done with that, they're like, all right, let's go to the library now. So I have kind of snuck them from other stuff. Okay, we get them there, come to libraries.
one thing that our kids love to do. I don't sell boards, but we just laminate the bus and then the sills on the bus. So then all the kids get a chance to come up in here and install. So we get them on the bus and then they super excited to come up and do this on the bus. So we just do stick tape and do Velcro. I don't get it. That when we did this. So yesterday we had Tilden. So we just did all sorts of Tilden cats and up and yes, so then they just kind of, and we can get. A Tilden one was really fun because we haven't had snow, so we made snow yesterday, the instant snow. Totally fascinating. It's little grains and then you add like 2 ounces of water to a tea.
And where do you find them?
Amazon.
I think that would be the only snow I'd really like to see this year.
It feels, it's kind of wet. I wish I would have had some little plastic penguins, because they would have fun.
Sensory thing. And how old of did you?
This was, like 18 months. 3. And then Jack Park, you guys all know him, but he has a favorite song. It sticks in your head all day long once you do it. So it's kind of like Tootie Top.
You don't sing it for us.
Everybody does it. But it's like you start with your 1 4 word, then you have your other word, you have your leg, and you have your leg, and you have your head, and then you have the song, you can spin. So every little bit of the song.
get their wiggles out.
Yeah.
I just found the recipe for snow, but it was shaving cream, baking soda, and then you can make it fizzy with vinegar. Of course, you know the baking soda and vinegar, but you're supposed to use, it doesn't actually tell you how much of anything to use. So I'm going to experiment first before I do it with the kids. But tons of the shaving cream in a tote or a little tub, and then add baking soda and stir it all in there. For some reason, that's supposed to make it feel more like snow without being cold. And then if you want to make it fizzy, add little bits of vinegar. So I haven't tried it, but I'm going to this week.
You guys ever let your kids just play with shaving cream, like all over the table?
That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Makes it taste
Shaving
nice and
cream.
shiny.
Yeah, it
It's
cleans the
amazing
tape.
puppy paint.
We don't get blue. That's the old green. Yeah, they love that.
And then your library smells good because shaving cream is pretty
It
fresh.
does.
That's how I learned phonics, was shaving cream on the bus. And then, yeah.
So how do you do your summer reading? Is it like a week or two where you go crazy, or is it all summer long?
I do Thursdays in July. And so it's 1 day a week. And then when we were really going, they were 2.5 hours long each day. And then
For a certain age group?
we do 4 to 13 and try to make it so everybody likes it. I've tried to do teens and adults, and then babies, there's only a few babies. They work, and the baby was elsewhere, but we just do the 1 day a week, 2.5 hours. Last year I did 1 hour because my board was the old ladies and didn't want to be exposed. So it was just me doing absolutely everything, so I did an hour, and we filled the whole hour. Works out pretty good. Hopefully we do longer ones this year. I had someone say they want to do more than 1 a week, and my board said no. But hopefully we can do long ones. Like I said, last year was shorter, just so I was able to run it all, so I didn't have any affiliated volunteers or trying to set up. They would do 2.5 hours or we do craft. Then we have snack, and then we do another activity.
And are you a warden?
I am
So
one of
that-
and my board's in there.
And you're doing this during the open hours?
No, Thursdays in July, today I'm not. But like today. There was 1 year, a few years ago, the first Thursday was the 4th of July, so I did last year didn't do it. There was 1 year where it was holidays all the Thursdays, so I did it on Tuesday, and that I had to close that day on open, but usually these Thursdays. It's like, I just fall into everything else they do. It usually lumps out that it's 5 Thursdays, so I have 4 programs and then my party on the last day. This year there's only 4, so I have to decide if I want to do what I did my very first year where I had 4 programs and then an hour after the last program, have my party. That was the most stressful hour of my career, probably trying to tally it all up and make everything know because everybody was fighting.
Well, have you ever thought about just bumping into that first week of do your party there?
Thinking about it, a lot of them, they got so many other libraries. That's why we do it and have that time. A lot of people either don't do it in July or they do it at different times. That's my new boss wants me to extend it and use more, but then get on me about the budget. And so if you want me to do more, I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, what I'm getting at, are they paying you to do this like your day off?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Is that why they're complaining?
No, that's the whole, because she's like, well, we're spending this much, you should be doing more. The last year was our first year since everything closed down. So it was just slow going. And I was completely by myself. I had volunteers a couple times, not really. And then before that, I would have almost my whole board there where we would set up, they'd get some stuff ready while I did the first story, we go through the stuff. They get the snack ready, we go to the snack, they clean up, we go read, and as we're finishing up reading, they set up the next thing, and it would just clockwork all the time. Last year, so I have some. It's really good. It's good. And then once the boss realized, I was like, "What do you want me to do?"
When you say boss, do you mean the board?
Village clerk.
But the library board's officially boss.
That's what board says all the time.
Right.
That's what board says all the time.
No worries, small town politics.
Right.
I was gonna say, do you know the same town clerk I have?
But so you were really great with the last couple of years. But now we're all getting Harvard grants, so that's getting great. Yeah. There was a couple months where it was like, why'd you spend? Well, I think do this and the last one. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Better than the last one. It's your board. Yeah.
And she should have known that.
The board says all the time. There was one time. Yeah. There was one time where she got really bad, really aggro about the budget. And I almost cried at my board. And I was like, "I don't know what," and they all stood there and they're like, "Oh, one of the next building and Bristol, you want to choose?" I'm like, "No." But they're like, "We are your ones, not
Technically, she's only the go-between between the village board.
Mhm.
Right. And the library.
Yeah.
So it's your village board. If it's like mine, the village board, who mine doesn't care one way or the other. Just gives you the yay or nay on your budget.
Yeah.
They don't have anything to do with my program.
No, and they usually don't. And the mayor or chairman, he doesn't care as long as I don't blow the budget and don't blow it on non-library. He doesn't mind as long as I'm getting people in and so. That's, like I said, there was a little bit of time in the midst of the pandemic that budgeting was, well, not even, no, it was like 2019, that apparently all the budgeting was really, really tight. Started questioning some of my purchases. Start looking every little thing. I mean, and then in my head, I'm like, "I'll write that. I mean, we'll take it to me." We didn't end up doing that. She's relaxed a lot more since then.
Sounds like she's on a power.
And when she found out what was that my board wasn't okay with it, they were saying, "Okay, the village board will that helped."
When is everybody else? Do you do yours week or couple weeks all summer?
We do it we do it on Mondays and Wednesdays because we have the youngsters on one day and the oldsters on the other day. But last summer, we decided, I mean, it used to be like 6 or 7 weeks and I might forget it. We're just gonna do it in July. And we decided we were gonna do it outside instead of inside. So I'm thinking we might just continue to do summer reading outside just because, you know, we have the canopy now anyway. So, but yeah, it was 4 weeks, twice a week, but only for an hour each time. And then we partnered with our extension office and they did half of the lessons for us.
Nice.
And so now I'm like, well, if the extension can still do half of our lessons, and then if I call the park and game and parks, and then I'm like, we might only have to do 2. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think the last couple of years were like a reset for everybody. If you want to change anything, now's probably the time to do it. How about everybody else? When do you do yours, or do you have a schedule? Is it different every year?
I did mine last year. I think I had it for 6 weeks and I just did it on Wednesday mornings. And I also did it outside because I have a gazebo outside. On windy days, it was kind of a pain, but I was like, go find a rock to put your stuff down. We are not going inside unless we're going potty. Our library is half the size of this room probably. And I just like can't fit that many kids in there. And we did a lot of ocean stuff last year with our summer reading. I don't know why it worked out that way, but we did a lot of ocean stuff. So I kind of feel like this is going to be a repeat of last year for me, but that's okay. I don't.
It's a very small town.
Very small. I'll get the same rowdy, naughty ones.
Let's see, 4 of them are your kids, right?
Exactly, 4 of them are my own, and then the other 4 belong to another mom, and then there's, the rest.
Don't forget to fill out your evaluation, everybody. I put a pink basket up there, so if you think, and be kind. How about in Elton? How are you guys doing?
We had story time on Monday and Wednesday. Last year, we had 2 sessions, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, to cut down on the kids. Because we have very big space and we just didn't want like 30 kids right kind of over. And then on Thursdays, we have the older kids, extension obviously. They have to be
All my kids, we did all my house programming.
So do other libraries, do you register for your summer reading or do you just have whatever comes, comes?
I second, I make packets where it's a local letter, permission sheets, usually an earbud, bookmark pencil. And I try to do it that way. Last year, it was mostly show up, sign up, get going. And that's, as soon as they do it by minutes, I have to do it by books and pages because I usually don't get all of the stuff until the end. Last year, I had it where I tallied up all the winners, had all the prizes picked out, and then they came in with a whole handful and had everything to the small.
What about your story time? I mean, and you said you made crafts, you got crafts. How do you know how many to make, to do?
I usually
Pray.
yeah, as much supplies as I can.
That's why.
That's why
librarians
I
become
tried the
hoarders.
registration thing last year, so we could kind of,
Because we were making 30, 35 craft things
Days
ready
ago.
for them. And then we'd have 10. Right. And then the next week we'd have 25. And it was like, we spent all this time getting all these craft things ready for them. And
And then bulletin.
yeah.
oh, by the way, we do our story time during the month of June, just with the first week of July.
Here at Tilden, we make up a package and I take, break it down into class groups. Or to the school, to daycare, and any homeschool. And then they break out like read spreadsheet. Roughly an idea.
We're supposed to have them back by a certain date, but we always have people that day showing up saying.
Right.
You know,
Get
so,
your way.
yeah,
Yeah, you want everyone to use.
yeah. We do a week, we do a summer reading, we separate, we do 2 to 5, and then 6 to 12. We separate them. Some days are together depending on what's going on, but otherwise we separate them. And then what we do, our last day, we used to have a party. And the last 2 years, we've been doing a movie. So we show a movie, we have a popcorn maker. So we make popcorn and root beer floats, and they're all supposed to bring a pillow or something to sit on. So we pick a movie that kind of goes with the theme.
That we need, right?
Yeah.
The daycare always wants their kids to.
We had 106 kids each
Wow.
day.
Oh, that's awesome.
Did you do it? We did half of it here and half of it up by the fireplace in the library.
The 2 different age
The
groups.
2 different age groups.
To do stuff.
Some trouble. Last year.
Describe how you do that.
We usually try to have 8 prizes. Last year we had a basket and we had laser tag and we had puzzles, and we had Lego set, and then a big thing was we had and so we have 8 different prizes, and then we have a jar for each prize, and then they get a ticket. And they get, for every hour they read, we do a sheet that has, it's broken down, you know, 4 little animals, box, and that's when, so when they fill up the sheet, then they get the ticket for every hour, and then they put their name on the ticket and put it in the jar.
So they get to choose which prize they
Yep,
would
they get to-
like to.
yep. Put it in which jar. And then it's up to them to fill them out and put their full name on, and they have to put a phone number on. And last year we made the rule, they had to tear them apart because they put them all in there, like camera and there. Oh, we made the rule last year, if you don't tear them apart, and you go to one prize, they don't automatically come out, you don't even get a chance. Because it's hard to pull out and get a whole string in there.
Right.
So we had a few of them that forgot to do it last year, and oh, no, that's sorry, you know, that's our rule, you know. Well, I did that one on, so all of his came out.
Oh, man. That was a lot of hours of reading.
I bet he remembers this year. Oh, I bet he does too. But then every week when we have a card that they I just go to the dollar store and we know it's up there, so, you know, we have parents. Put it in, and they can put it, except our parents won't let us use it. They won't let us use it. Somebody has to tell somebody else about the bathroom reading, is that something we made, or is it something we got?
Oh, yeah, I love that.
No, it was the week, for COVID, you know, they said you had to wash your hands
Yeah,
for so
I get
long.
why it is. I was
We
like,
just thought we'd put something there that,
made it yourself.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally stealing that, by the way. Do you change it out like monthly or?
No, it's been up since, yeah, since 2020.
How about on that side of the room? How do you do it for summer reading? Is it jam-packed week or a whole summer? How do you think? You can try?
Every day. But my kids, when they come in, I can't get them to do crafts and stuff. So like, I'll plan, like, one day I had 4-Hers bring all the animals to the park. Have fun in the park. And every day. something.
And again, you accidentally learn something.
Yeah. It was good for them. Because I got to show them.
Good experience. But we have like. After school until. you have a lot of adults purchasing?
Not so many this last year. Other times we kind of ask them if they would like to. Then we said, well, it goes towards our calendar. We'll sign up, because we don't usually. You just read whatever you want to read. Usually don't have a. Towards our numbers that we.
Yeah, I have a question. Like when my kids were little, we used to have the Pizza Hut had that book. Does
Sure.
does that exist?
Yeah. Yep.
Does it?
Yeah. You have to go pay through the school though. They don't do it through the library, or they did last.
Right,
time.
but I don't know that. I mean, I don't know if anybody that does it anymore. And I just thought maybe it went by the wayside, but maybe it's the Pizza Hut in Albion doesn't do it.
Yeah, maybe it's just our pizza.
And it does. Anybody done like the 1,000 books before kindergarten?
We did.
Do you get a lot of participation? Is it good?
It's a good program. It's just, we've never been able to have a decent story time.
Oh.
That makes sense, because the meat packing plant is the major employer, so it's 3 different shifts. So everybody's like, I would come. Work.
Oh, but I thought
I
they
would
would
come,
either
but
work
I would
or
have to work.
sit.
Yeah.
But I thought they would read at home. Not, yeah.
Because ours not at home. I don't
But it's worth the
I
effort.
mean, we had
I
the
have
student
that.
graduate last year. I mean, but it was 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when we have anything, we drop the information.
So we're talking about.
Yeah. Have a book and some other.
Yeah.
There's one of them out the pie.
Good to get it.
But yeah, I've been thinking about, we need little goodie bags from our little.
Tammy, is this your first summer training program? coming up, right?
Well, I got in on the tail end of that. And she had an intern helping her, so it's just, I just viewed everything and observed.
Right.
Lane,
So Peggy, how often do you do yours?
We do ours in June usually, and then on Mondays we just have a. Tuesday we divide it. We have found that we enjoy it way more with less kids, what the work is with 15 kids. So,
Yeah.
that works.
And do they register ahead of time so you can maintain those numbers?
They register ahead of time, and it seems like it works out pretty well because we get to it, some experiences are there, and they want to come. We're not strict with it, but we give them.
About you, Lisa?
We do Wednesdays in June. And where I pull in the extension office. Last year I had the extension office twice. And I pulled in the retired extension lady and tried to get all those to come and do it. I don't do register, people do not do register and create. It's just a good point to try it. They just show up. Yeah.
Don't want to pin me down.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you?
I do a week in July. I can't do anything at all in June. Why wait till July? If I do a solid week, it seems to work better. I tried saying June one day a week. I tried to pre-register it. I just kind of wing it. It's hard with crafts and hard with snacks. Know how much to get, so I usually end up overbuying.
Yeah,
But then I figured, well, if I have leftovers, I'll just save them, I guess, and put in my snack cart or save the snacks for people.
Well, we do summer reading bingo, which goes through the whole summer. We tailor it towards whatever the theme And so each square is usually a different reading thing. So it's like read a book about an octopus or learn 5 things about a sea creature, you know, something like that. And then they can bring, they put stickers on it. And then when they fill the boards, they bring it back and they can pick out prize. That's how we do it.
And that's in all summer.
That's an awesome.
Does the Nebraska Library Council or Trails, are we still reader zone?
Yes, Reader Zone, the Library Commission has paid that with ARPA funds this year. So
What
yes,
is that?
Reader Zone is a way to keep, it's a virtual way to keep reading tracker.
So, because I was thinking about doing that for like young adults and adults, because that way it's just whoever reads the most books and you can do it. Oh yeah, you win a prize, but then you don't have to do a lot of programming or stuff around it.
Right.
It's just like create an account, keep track of your minutes at the end of the summer. Yay, you won.
I'll send a link out about it. Anybody else use Reader? You use Reader?
Yeah, it's like
it's
a-
Reader
it's an
Zone, it's
app.
paid for the whole state.
Okay. Good to know. There's probably all sorts of things.
And they send out links for training.
I don't know if I'm ready for complaining, but boy, when we did summer reading, we would do 3 days a week for 9 weeks. So we would do the little ones, then the elementary, and then the teens. So we had at least 27 programs. Then we'd have coding club or someone else besides. I think we were killing ourselves if it means.
1 week. 1 week.
And ours were different every year because we would, okay, when is swimming lessons, when softball, when volleyball camp. So we would just try to take the little window of time that's left.
So did you have luck with high school kids coming? Or
Usually
junior high?
6 to 9, which I thought was, and they were the not high school, it was more the 13
Yeah.
and 14. Yeah, I mean, they were teens, but young teens,
I don't
never
think-
anybody over.
I don't think I've seen a teenager in our library.
My kids. And I always tell them, I was like, go get your friends. Tell them to come to the library. I have snacks. And they'd like,
Oh, does everybody get snacks for summer reading?
yes.
Private.
Probably banks donate money to storage homes where going first.
Your bank did that? We
Our
should
bank-
talk to
I
our
brought
bank.
it up to my board last night. I'm like, I want to start doing plaques for donators. This is 2019. The bank is not even, like, I'm in Snyder and it's Scrivener's Bank, but they service the whole area. Since 2019, they've donated almost $1,000. One Christmas, $500. They didn't want to, they gave you something good for the window. And the last couple of years, it's, no, we want to donate, give back to the community. So that one year, my library is going to got $500. This year it was. Because she's been very few paper out of pocket. I'm like, I was paying my snacks. So I was told, like, well, here's. Okay. And this store does. So one of these
That's a good idea. Speaking of snacks, there's drinks up there and there's chips and cookies and. Any other topics about summer reading? Any questions, comments, crafts, ideas?
We have a program that we found when my son was in college. He said they use this in the dorm all the time and he told me about it, but it's called blockposter.com. So you can take any image off the internet and up to a certain size, it's free. Most of the time, that's enough for us. But you put the image in this blockposter.com and it will make it a large size and print it out in individual sheets and you put it together. And we have used that program. There's a little trick because it prints it with a border. So you have to cut certain edges off. And once you do it like a million times like I have, it's easier. But use that all the time.
To make like a collage or.
No, an actual to, you know, if you wanted to make a giant sea turtle, like the 6-foot sea turtle, you find a picture of a sea turtle, we put it in this program and just print it big, but just in little individual sheets that you put together.
So you use them for like decorations, not for a
Decorations,
program.
yes.
Got it.
Yes.
What was
And
that called?
Blockposter.com. It's really a great program.
So you put up bulletin boards related to them. And where do you get your ideas?
Thank God for Pinterest.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm on a lot of library groups on Facebook, as I'm sure a lot of you are. So I'm always stealing other people's ideas.
And there's a bulletin board, library bulletin board site on Facebook. That's all it is
Bulletin boards?
Yeah. Oh, wow. And I'm on that. I don't think I've done that one. Yeah, that's all it is bulletin board.
Well, I'm so lucky. We have a lady in the community. She comes in every month and does our bulletin boards and our decorations for us. She was sick in November and I had to do it, and I found out that I really suck at bulletin boards. So I'm really grateful I have this lady that comes and does it for us.
So it's not hard to do it. Our bulletin board has every flyer in town.
We don't have anything.
It's in our policies that we are not allowed to advertise unless it's for employment or like charity stuff.
I know when I took it down, when I found out I was out of this. So I took that down.
Your question.
Thanks, throw me under the bus.
Everybody shook.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just want to know what people do prizes for their kids over in something.
I know Rosa Schmidt at Oakland says that she gives out snacks, like little bags of chips. She said the kids love it because they don't have these little trinkets that accumulate.
Cans of
Yeah, the kids love it because it's food. That's what she says.
I do like food.
Yeah.
Yep, I do know that. Food, sugary stuff.
Anybody else?
I do, I haven't seen her, but we usually have a lady, she likes to go and like the day after a holiday, she'll go to all these stores and buy out all their stuff. Or a store that's closing, she'll buy out all the stuff and then she donates it. So I'm able to do, I do a couple books, of course, and then a big thing and a little thing. Like the top reader gets the most stuff, but this year I'm gonna finagle with that a little. I have a treasure box full of a bunch of little things. I go to Dollar Tree once a year and go crazy. They see me, there's a couple ways to know I am, they see me. The whole cart of dollar stuff. So I do little things for giveaways. If I've got, sometimes people, there was one year, somebody was donating big Star Wars things, and I think that was our space year, so it worked out really well. There's some things I put away though, like Nerf gun one year, and I held on to that for a little bit because I just had a lot of little ones, and I was like, oh, I don't know. If you okay with that. The extension office came one time and she gave everybody kisses. And the next day in the daycare lady, she's like, you're really right. Yes, she's confused. I'm like, "What do you mean?" I don't know.
Well, I reached out to the pool in Schuyler, and one of the prizes was like a afternoon swim pass. So they, it was part of their prize pack. And then I reached out to the gas station, not the Casey's, not the Love's, but the locally owned gas station, and they had a for real machine. So they got a milkshake and they got a swim as their prize thing. They got they got a theme thing from the collaborative Squid Hat catalog for their big prize, but then I tried to get them little things not like things, but like a milkshake or a swim or now snacks. So,
So did you give everybody the same thing or do you?
well, the prizes that we ordered from the catalog that we spent money on, those were tiered, like the big cool
you had to do
thing
more
was
for them.
the one who read the most, and then second and third, but then everybody got a swim, everybody got a milkshake.
Just
Yeah,
for
I want to know
purchase.
how big's your big prize? How much? What, you know?
It was like a t-shirt and a water bottle.
Ooh.
Come
on.
I'm gonna give you some.
I get it.
Oh, you're giving
On
us
Black Friday,
water.
usually,
Yeah.
usually around 40, 49, whatever the Black Friday price is. And I just hang on to it from there, and that's not real terribly high price, you know, really, if you think about it. That's the top price, and then from there, I'll go to Walmart or someplace, I'll get a few like smaller things. I found last year they had little drones, little drones for $20. Some things like that, and I have a display case that I usually put books in, but during summer reading, I put on the top shelf is the top prizes. So I have my different age groups broken down, and then the top 4 in each age group gets a bigger prize. And so they're up there, and then the one who reads overall the most gets that Kindle. And then the second shelf is for the little prizes that are anywhere from $1 to $3 for the older kids, and then the bottom shelf is the younger kids. And every 100 minutes, they can come in and get a little prize throughout. And then while they're doing that, they see all the big prizes up top. It's really good. And they're always asking where they were, you know, might be on this person.
And then do you tell them, you let them know?
I usually will say, oh, you're pretty close, or oh, they're quite a bit ahead of you. You need to read some more. You know, I don't give them exact numbers, but I kind of give them an idea. Because I feel like it's leaving on there, not even in the right. So
We bought, walkie-talkie store, and it's a full, buy prices. We got a box that has 3 of them in it, and it's green, blue, and pink, I think, but there's 3 of them in each one. So that's gonna be one of our prizes, and then we got some of the other soccer balls. Have you seen more of those? They come 2 in a kit, and we're not gonna give 2 of them, give away 2 different prizes, because you don't have 2 soccer balls. And they float on the air, you put batteries in, they float on the floor, and you play soccer, and they're all bumpers, so if they hit anything, it's not gonna go crazy. So, we've got a couple of them, we haven't got, well, cameras that we usually get, you know, like, we usually go by them. So,
Thanks, Peggy. I'm curious, is anyone going to do the breakout box this summer?
You said that yours is available to borrow, right?
What's that?
Didn't you say there was some that we could check out or something?
Yeah, we have 2 kits available.
I'll probably do that in the future. I don't think I'm smart enough to come up with my own, but I certainly.
I would borrow it from you then, if you want, like, I know you have other STEM kits as well. How's that work? Do you have to come to you to get them?
Chelsea coordinates it.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them I've got at my home office and some are at the Omaha office, but Chelsea can mail them or I can deliver them, however it works. I mean, same like the book sets, you know.
Yeah.
But I need to look more into the Breakout EDU website to see how we can get it so everybody can use that.
I work at school. The other librarian I work with at school actually has a subscription to that Breakout.
Okay.
And I know she signed up for a certain amount of time, and in that time, we were printing like mad, like trying to print out all that stuff.
Yeah, get as many
as possible. So I think she did a limited, like a 30-day subscription, and then we just printed everything we could off the site.
May have free options, but yeah, that's an idea.
And then you have printouts of it. You can just put them out here.
Give it away for free.
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what I was trying to think, the ethics of it, you know, if I got a subscription, can everybody use it or, you know, so I need to figure that out again. And I've got, so far I have, I think 4 that I made myself. Although, when I was at Genoa, I think I had 7 or 8 that I made, so they made, I don't know if they're still there or not, but it would be nice. But let me print them or copy them, I don't know. Yes, I think right, and newest thing is got a button maker. So if anyone wants to experiment with it too, there's. We can that trails. It is, it's trail, and it is heavy. So, I mean, that too is available for anyone to borrow. And we can mail it or I can deliver it, I can never pick it up because it's heavy.
Then you charge so much for the buttons.
I think pins are like less than a dime a piece. Yeah, I'm not sure consumables. I mean, I don't think it'll. For now, it'll probably be just free to whoever borrows it, then we'll see if it ends up money that maybe it'd be done. But for now, I don't think you borrow, just use it. You have the shell and in everybody's bags they had like 5 stickers if anybody wanted to experiment with it and make some oceans of possibilities. Yeah, there's just the shell and then the pen part and then mylar that code. And there's instructions. So if anyone wants to experiment with that, and there's this one's an 1.5 inches and then there's also 2 1/4 inch. They're both available. I don't think Chelsea's Saturday because I just got it Friday. So have you played with it? I made one, but then it's like, yes, I can. If I can do it, anybody can do it.
Well, I was just gonna ask, is it simple or is it complicated?
It's pretty simple.
So, okay, so my brain is off on a tangent because you're talking about the breakout box,
Yes.
and I have an idea for that. But then over winter break, I wanted to do an escape room, but I didn't want to have to do the whole escape room. So I know
this is a small version of
Yeah.
the same thing.
But I know that you can buy like little board game kits that are escape rooms. Has anybody done an escape room at their library?
They have the other breakout kit now, but you call it escape room, but you're using the breakout box, right?
Okay.
I mean, they're really the same. That is a good idea, though.
It's actually
Right.
I don't know that I trust
You said escape room, yeah, there's all these games that I know my two oldest sons have bought them, but yeah, once you've done it, okay, now what? You aren't gonna do it again. But yeah, if I got that at Trails, everybody could use it because you'd have a new audience every time.
Because I got a couple, but I guess the ones that I got, like the materials that are in the box, some of them you have to like, I don't know, write on or cut or something like that. So I went to Board Game Geek to see if I could like, you know, what pages in the booklet or what materials I needed to photocopy to make it reusable. Of course, escape room got canceled, but yeah, because you know, libraries are all about sharing, and so like a
Right.
one-time use thing is just kind of to me. So
Right, but yeah, having something that everyone can use or trade off. That's what Lisa had even talked, and Wendy had talked about with those story walks. You know, once you have it out there, then what you do with them. So they talked about passing them on, and I guess I kind of dropped the ball or don't know if there was a lot of interest. But if you have a story walk, if you can just trade them with each other, then it's new for a new community.
What's the story walk?
Shelley,
I don't know anything.
oh my gosh, I wanted to say.
What's the story walk?
Lisa's describe what your story walk is like.
You take
What I did is I bought like real estate, the realtor side. I buy my books off of like thrift books because I'm gonna take them apart.
So you need
Two copies. Yep. I laminated my copy, my papers. I bought this like printed cardboard to stick in. And then I actually put contact paper around mine so that
Weatherproof.
weather, yes, let's go with weather, and they don't get stolen. But then I set up, I had 15 signs in our city park.
And so then you just go around, and I had a number on it, so they knew this is page one, and then go around. And then I changed it out about every 2-3 weeks through the summer. I started it because I got grant money. I think I started in June, and then in September I took it down. I have everything, so that's what Mindy and I were talking about, like the books that I buy, I don't want to put those back next year because the kids all just read them. So we were talking about maybe I would borrow Wendy's, she would borrow mine, and then it's a whole different set of stories. The laminating's already been done, you know, it helps me save costs, you know, and it's just new books. Otherwise, I have my books sitting in a drawer that probably won't back out, or my laminated pages for a couple of years. So
I think the problem running across is everybody does it a little bit differently, so it's not, or they may actually have their library name on it, so you can't just easily share.
yeah,
I mean, that's the trouble I think I was coming across is, everybody, oh, I wish I would have done it. I thought this way.
Doing, and we do the story walk in Plainview, but we use the downtown businesses and we set it inside of their window. So, and I have 17 businesses that cooperate, so you can start and you have to walk all the way down one side of Main Street and come across the street all the way down one block, then down this block back around. So we had a map put in the paper even so that they knew which way to walk. But that's how our story, and I'm still doing it. I put out a Christmas story and I just changed over to Sneezy the Snowman. But that was a good way to involve your business. Yes. Yes, they appreciate that.
But ours are attached to the just. And so while they're zip ties right to the tree, break, and they go around and really walk, and then we switch them. So
So do you use like plastic ties?
yeah, we just constantly will tie them to it to the thing, and then they will take them. Well, kids have problems. Usually do a couple of weeks and the whole changes.
Because that's the thing, when you can't just go and photocopy a book, that's copyright infringement.
For Valentine's Day. And so my husband, if you have to go to the library, throwing cut out hearts.
You guys should talk louder and share.
Well, I was talking about how during my book walk, we have a T-Rex costume and I volunteer my husband every year to come do book walk with the T-Rex in the park. And then she had
And then
the.
I said, well, my husband on Valentine's Day, he got volunteered. I read The Day It Rained Hearts. And so my husband got to go through the library and throw paper hearts and make it rain hearts.
It's a team effort.
It is. It
Oh,
is.
it
It
takes a
takes a
village.
village. My husband. I can't get any help.
Are you
kidding? Oh, that's not my. No, we was not just. I tell my husband all the time, I was like, you didn't realize that you were like director also, did you? It's right into the job.
Yeah.
He gets to carry all the heavy boxes of books and
Kill all the spiders and dress up like a T-Rex.
and throw the paper. I did help me hang my giant spider. I had the biggest spider web I could sell. And I have it on this rummage sale, $1.50. And it went across the entire children's library and hung all over that room, black spiders. He'd had to help me because I'm a child. And the kids walked in there. And one of the little boys went running in and he couldn't get it on his face. And it was don't run into it. When I wrote the shirt, I wore my librarian shirt. Be a unicorn unless you be a librarian.
What do you like now? So they made towns do parades where you library has such like.
Oh, yep.
Casey did.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, our town doesn't have a parade very often, but we had one this last summer, and I was talking to the librarians out there about their bookmarks, and I was telling them I have so many bookmarks. But for the parade, I threw weeded books and bookmarks. But we were right behind the fire truck, so everything was getting all wet, but I didn't care because I was getting rid of books and bookmarks.
Next time, plan a different.
Yeah, get in front of the fire trucks.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good way to get rid of.
Yeah, it was. I got rid of like 2-3 boxes of weeded books that day because we're self-proclaimed hoarders and we cannot put them in the dumpster. We just can't do it. We need to do it. But we can't. So we throw them at the parade instead. Like the other people in the storage room, and there's probably 16 boxes in there right now.
So does anybody do book sales to get rid of some of the stuff?
We try to.
So what do you sell them for? Order?
Free will.
Free will?
I found out donations get further ahead.
Yeah.
Charge on there.
Yes.
Some people have brought in books to us and they said, do you want these? And I always say to them, if we don't want them, we will put them on a book sale, just so they know up front. And they're fine, so.
As long as they're out of their place, that's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I had a past library board member, she passed, and now her husband's gone into assisted living, so when they were cleaning out her house, they came to me and gave me her grandfather clock, which was nice, but she had a huge collection of nonfiction. And, nonfiction doesn't really go that much, but I had people in that were they were traveling workers. They were putting up a bin or something for Wilbur Ellis, and they come in, use the library, they had kids, and they homeschooled because they were traveling and whatnot. The one gal come up, she took one book and she laid down $50. I said, did you want change? No, you just keep that. Or 20 the next time, might take 2 books, just like.
Technically, if you sell it for a set price, you're supposed to charge sales tax and. Yeah.
Yeah.
So free will donation it is.
Yeah.
Somebody gave us a box. I don't know how everybody feels about National Geographics, but we got a box from like the 80s. So Casey had found a Christmas tree you could fold. And those worked good because they're such heavy paper and they were so colorful. We probably should have saved them for sea turtles and stuff. But
I still have half a box.
Librarians are no orders because you never know.
Yeah.
Patron comes in, I've got these 2 Velveeta boxes, do you want them?
Take them.
If I get another 20 of them, yeah.
They make a good school bus.
Right.
Just put deals on the bus.
Yeah.
And that's another one of those things that you can put behind the shelf, so your books don't go all the way back.
They would do a book sale every year. I think they still do. COVID through the rent and everything. The whole library. When we started, it was 25 cents for a hardcover, this many cents for paperback, and it just wasn't doing much. So that next year we did free will donation, and it's crazy. So then some people would be tenants, but then the people would come in, get 2 books, give you a $50 bill, and then the year after that we did fill a bag free will donation. That was crazy.
Now, I did bargain byways the last several years. And I said, like, okay, the books I sell, going towards my summer reading program. And I was in the library that day, back there, and people, you're on your honor. I don't care how many you stick in a bag. Gone is gone. Reading is great. But some gal from clear down south had been in, and she looked things over, and she'd worked in a library. But she turned around and handed me $5 towards the program just because of what it was going towards. So, you get the ones that fill a bag and maybe $1. And then you get the ones that, take 1 or 2 and give you a 20. So it really works out better that way.
My sister that I just gave them, like, I had 2 people, and they're like, well, I just take it. I know, we'll get ice cream on, so you take it. If you want a bag, I'll give you a bag. Just take them out of here.
And then you have the sweet little ladies, they take it home and read it. Well, here, I'm gonna donate this back. No!
I always tell them, no, it's not, I don't want it back.
I thought I need a rubber stamp that says no return. And some of them were books from my library that had the discard stamp in it and it had come back. I was like, no.
So that's why it's a sale. It makes me a crappy burn. So I just have a table with like all the free books. If you'd like to donate, you can make it to the library. And we're attaching on points, so anytime there's an event in there, I'll put it to work the next day and make one. Yeah. But I do think every once in a while, I'll be back in my book draft, like, hey, we're done with this. I got to put it back on the table. There's a fixed income apartments for older people in a town next to me. And my mother-in-law was there, and they all like large Christmas. Usually what they do is when they get to they get it for other people at a little table. So I was eating my large print, and my mother-in-law put a like a baker's rack on the shelf outside her door, and I brought a whole bunch of large print books, and they just went crazy. That's the ones I have to get. And so they are certainly in the small print. And then the rest of the books, when I have a sale and it doesn't go, I took it to a book this. They have a book sale. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what they do with them, what they do. But
They have big sales.
What was that, Charlotte?
I have a couple ladies in the town that will come in and take what I have left. But I got this big bunch like 2 days later.
You know. I've got a lady lives next door. She watches the table, and if she notices a lot of it's not moving for a while, she'll come bring a box and she takes it to the VA. Oh, that's nice.
I've given to the jail, I've given to the, anybody that wants that way. I have a large donation that they'll pay books.
The Ark and Grain Train will take picture books, but not chapter books. So if you ever have a lot of picture books to give them, they'll take those and run a ship.
I suppose.
Well, they said, yeah, a lot of it is the language, the chapter books the kids overseas, you might speak a different language and they can't read. So, but the picture books, even if it's a few words.
Story is by the picture.
Stories.
That makes me think of the wordless fiction books.
I hate
You guys
those.
have any success with those?
No.
I love
For
them.
story time.
I totally don't. Well, the only thing I have done is make a storyboard with my kindergarten, first and second grade with one time. And we just used the first couple pages and they had to tell me what was going on in the story. And so we made like a 4-page storyboard of our own. And all we did was use little squares and they had to draw what they interpreted the picture as, but otherwise, you know.
Yeah, I haven't bought it because I don't think.
Oh, I love them. I have a whole display of them up right now.
But do they
That sounds like it was.
Probably not. Okay, but world.
But if you didn't have mine.
So, but World Read Aloud Day is I think the first Wednesday in February. And I first heard about it when I was working in Hong Kong because I think it's kind of a more of a African litworld.org or litworld.com. They're the ones that came up with World Read Aloud Day. But so I've kind of used that as like best story times. But this year for World Read Aloud Day, I'm actually going to try and do wordless books. Well, for me, I mean, my guest readers can read whatever they want, but I want to just kind of experiment with reading a wordless book out loud.
The kids will tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
They'll tell the story.
You know, you
They
can do
do.
a YouTube of that and put it out.
That'd be cute.
And then have everybody tell you what they think the story is about or what they got. I went to something like this once. And there was a whole section on it, and they said they like the wordless books because each kid gets a different experience.
It's an interpretation.
But when you have a hard time getting checked out, period, have something about the word.
But yeah, that's
It's hard to get them to do, and or read it too, but that's a good thing. I like that. Right, you know, hold it. Like, what do you think happened?
Do it virtually, well, I'll watch how you do it.
Yeah.
Well, because Skylar has a after-school program that's pretty robust. It's called Warrior Academy.
Through the school.
Academy, yeah. And so we partner with them because it's just easier to partner with them than to have like competing stuff or programming. But we had Warrior Academy come in like every Monday afternoon for a quarter. And I forced them to do the wordless books, like you said. And yeah, and so, I would do a little video of them and, they would talk about, they would come up with the story for the first couple of pages, but then they would have to say something like, how do you think this story is going to end? Or to find out the ending of this story, come to the library or something, kind of cliffhangery, if that's a word. Like that. But yeah, I love them.
I think we have one in our library and I flipped through and what is this? This is stupid.
Which one was it?
I don't know. I thought it was stupid. It was stupid.
I had one that's called Fly.
I was a
And
small
about
man or something.
about a bird and nest.
And she mentioned one, Sally mentioned one today.
Yeah, she did.
She did, because I wrote it down with the question mark. I was like, oh, no words. It's like, oh, it's field trip to Ocean Deep.
I love that book.
Yeah, it's the little boy with the camera on the submarine. Just think of the story the kids are gonna interpret through that if they get to see the pictures.
That's actually John Hale's second book. His first one is Field Trip to the Moon, which is also wordless, but it's the same premise. They take the shuttle up to the moon and he gets separated from the field trip and there's aliens and a box of rainbow crayons and it's so cute.
The kids with no words though.
No words.
So he's not necessarily the author.
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of funny. How can you, if you're not the illustrator, how can you really be the author of a wordless book?
Right.
Yeah, because we did a wordless book for Tales of Tales and it was called Midnight Fair. And I remember the author's first name was Gideon. I don't remember what his last name was, but I'm like, so it was like Midnight Fair by Gideon something something, illustrations by somebody else. And I'm like, you're not really an author, are you?
There's still a storyline.
Yeah, but it's still
for the illustrator to get the pictures.
But story. It should be.
Yeah.
You're not an author.
Because you haven't written anything.
Yeah. Like I have a million ideas for wordless books in my head, but am I an author? No.
Can you draw the pictures?
No. I'm sorry, that was a tangent and reel it back in.
So when you do summer reading, do you have like your first day, ta-da, here we having a big event to a kickoff party or an end of a year party? Do you do both or? One PM.
I do actually both kickoff and
But it's my first year, so I thought that
They don't want to spend the
I know I can kick up.
I keep trying. I'm gonna try again this year. I want it to end of the year. So.
I remember one end of the year, we tried a swimming party and I was disappointed it was low attendance.
That's what happened with Eileen last year. She had a swim.
Well, in
I think
our
there were
group,
6 kids.
our group is pretty much, the parents have to bring up. So, you know, it's really not rewarding the kids. If the parents get there, or if they don't, you don't want to penalize them because parents didn't get them there either. So, because yours is pretty steady.
Yeah.
I don't, sorry, I was gonna say, how many do you usually have?
12 to 20. So not a lot, but I mean, enough.
And how was this, 4th grade maybe?
Probably 5th or 6th, I would say. I'm not counting my own kids because they have to go on. I'm your mom, you have to go support me. I don't care if you're too big, you're going. So, and they still get a tally mark, they count the people in the library. It's a whole family affair for us, the library.
Amy and Melissa left, but I know Jennifer, when she was at Neely, she would do like they'd walk up the street and have a street dance. Because my brother-in-law was the DJ. And his husband would build hot dogs. So I don't know if they'll still do that or not. I always thought that was a fun idea.
I'm just laughing, thinking, I just asked her, I was like, could you imagine us doing that at our libraries?
They might show up with the novelty.
That maybe, yeah, we might get more people.
Free hot dogs.
Yeah, everybody would show up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
free food. Feed them. They will down. Yeah, exactly. During summer reading, as soon as they got done at the library, they're like, well, we're gonna go to the pool now. We go in there.
Well, we had to schedule.
You're looking at euros.
After the. So like right in June. Literally, school is done, so they have their like.
Casey left already, but I think that's what whoever reads the most, that's part of their thing is I think they get a right to first day of school on the
Summer reading on Wednesdays is because they were doing summer school. And so it was right after summer school.
Of course, after readings, I think about it, you know, that's when they leave out, you know, it's like, oh,
Yep, that's, I think that would. Yeah. Well, that's why I always.
Yes, that's true.
And that was the first thing we did when they got there. Yes, they got their.
any other
snack, their
comments,
drink,
questions, ideas,
they just had them
crafts?
When I was talking, when you said that about Jennifer, she would do like a bike city.
Yes, if the spring.
Yeah, has anybody ever done, I mean, I don't know how, is it just something you want if you're in town? I think that's what she did that. Or something.
Usually it's through state patrol.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
yes.
But yes, like helmets, they would,
Last year.
they would check them and make sure they were safe.
To get.
Right, they have a special person.
But I couldn't get a hold of the right people.
Yeah, that's a genius idea of the gate school or summer.
Carry around kitchen supplies.
I haven't had a.
And then have to back.
I should invite you.
He was upset last year. We used to go and fight around Halloween. And then attendance for the last party. Last year we did a haunted hallway, right, decorating the whole hallway and then handing stuff out. And we came by the firefighters. They were disappointed. He's like, how long did we come? So this year, that's, I was going to ask that. Do you guys have ways to get your towns or villages involved? Because mine village, they'll piggyback on the nearest town or we don't do much and they'll be like, what does there do? Oh, go to the library. Like we should do, this year I want to try to get those to do more things. Like we want to do trunk or treat and have all business to be on Main Street. I want to do a thing where me, the village clerk, maintenance guy and the mayor walk around or drive around and hold this for Christmas and judge lights. But that runs into everybody knows where everybody lives. Kind of thing. I don't, I mean, I would be partial, but just trying to get the village to do more stuff. Like, Don't just send them to me all the time. What to do stuff.
Do you have a chamber of commerce?
We don't. We have a foundation. Baseball.
Our
We have a
issue-
community club. I guess Lions Club would count. That's, I'm also president of my Lions Club. I might start being like, hey, help me do something down.
Our biggest issue in our town is, because we kind of have the same problem, there's not a lot of stuff to do, and we always have people saying, well, we should have, you know, like a kickball tournament, or like this picnic, or like this band dance thing. Nobody wants to volunteer, nobody wants to put it together. They just say, we want to do this, and they think it's just gonna happen, and they don't realize that.
You do it.
Exactly.
That's what I think.
Yeah, we just, where we are, nobody has the ambition or the want to volunteer and make this stuff happen.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Exactly, it's like, if you want to do it, then organize it, let's get some people, well, not me, you know. It's like, well, then who?
You get those small towns, you know, we have 300. Some people have done it for years. It's like, well, it's time for somebody else to do it, but nobody
wants to.
steps up.
Yeah.
We have a young men's club now, and they like to do a lot of events. And we've always done Santa here at the library, but they wanted to do a thing downtown. So now we've been doing our Santa downtown, and we turned it into this big Christmas stroll. And we had vendors, and we had people giving out hot chocolate and sugar cookies and singing Christmas carols from the tree. And it's been really fun.
That's good.
Yeah.
We've been lucky though, the last couple of years.
It's cool this year.
So does the library still get to count that as a programming type thing?
Yeah.
Does everybody have their public library survey done?
No.
I'm waiting on one thing.
Yeah,
I just started mine yesterday, and then it didn't save my progress. But of course, our director. She did it at home.
She's organized, she's probably done it.
Full service every year. I mean, this will be my 14th doing it, and I have notes on notes upon notes to look here and get the shit. So it goes to big easier. And I wanted to have started it long before now, but
Like
you
half
know,
hour at
life.
That's. So is it something just per library?
Yeah.
Each library has to.
No, one per library, and it's basically all of the stats and all of the data. for your library.
She must have done that.
Can I throw another idea out there? Okay, so March Madness is coming up, and I was thinking about doing like a bracket with different books, and then people could come in and, you know, oh, this week it's Harry Potter versus the book with no pictures, and they could vote on which book they liked, and then that book would advance to the next bracket, and then you would have, you know, Harry Potter against, you know, whatever, and then whittle it down to like the tournament books. I don't know if I would have to have them vote on it, or I don't know. I just think I'll have a whiteboard with a bunch of books on it, and we'll see. I haven't gotten up the details.
There is one on Pinterest.
There is?
Yes, because I made one in my classroom. Yes.
Book bracket.
Yes. March Madness book brackets, and it'll give you some ideas. Because I did one for my classroom years and years ago. I don't remember
Okay.
how we set it up. I just remember what it looked like.
Okay.
Everything's on Pinterest.
Yeah. Not one original idea. It's all on Pinterest.
Well, I have 7 books up here. I got them from First Books. They had the first 50 people who register can get these 13 books. So I was right there, got them. So anyway, they are door prizes. So Oh, low system resources.
Oh my goodness, you made this one. You were
So-
sitting.
No, it was already here. Charlotte, you want to come up and select a book? No, this is free resource. You just type the names in. Isn't this cool? It'd be fun for kids.
What's it called?
Just Wheel of Names. Yeah, isn't that fun? Okay, so spin. And we'll see who gets second choice.
So much cool stuff here.
We have a winner.
That's such a cool little doodad.
Yeah. Let's see, 3 left, right? Yeah. You can click to remove them. Yeah. Okay, after Mardell chooses, you can choose. That's awesome. Are they going to fit in your pile of brilliant ideas? I love that. Okay, 2 more. Oh.
That's what I get for smoking. I
So you get to pick one of those 2 books and we'll see who's the last one.
That was fun. So I'm curious, what's everybody's favorite idea they are taking away?
Oh, I love the breakout box.
But the crafts. Joking about taking, you take other librarians' ideas. I'm stealing so many ideas.
I had it
That's because librarians are so genius.
I heard it described as,
You never know.
I heard it described as plagiarize and localize. So like, that's it.
I love the breakout box. I think that's so much fun. My son is a big pastor, so I'm calling him.
Well, there's a couple of, we have all these book sets at Trail, and I've read 2 of the books and made breakout box challenges to go with them. Because how fun is it for kids to read a book and then have to sit down and take a test? Well, if you had like you could do it one-on-one, give them a challenge, or if you had a whole club read the same book, they could try to move. But so I've gotten 2 of those done. Open the Holler and Miscalculations of Lightning. And the reason I chose those is I got the audio version on Libby on Nebraska Drive, so I was able to listen to them while I was driving. Because you have to read the books to make the quizzes. That's what I'm amazed by Sally. Can you imagine how much time she has? She has to invest.
That's the dream job, really get paid. to read
Yeah.
books.
I
I've been
know.
told every year, like, oh, what's
We're all librarians. That's all we do is sit around and read.
And I feel guilty. That's what I
every year
I do. I sit there and the boss will come in and she said, what are you doing? It's okay.
Yeah.
Yes. how many books are you reading this time? Top 5.
Okay, so I'm not the only one who can read.
Yeah, no, I have one on my Kindle, which is on my phone. I have one in my bedroom, one in the living room, one at work.
Yep, I'm reading, a man called O right now.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my library book that
Yeah.
I read at the library. And the half someone must have had it checked out.
Yeah, and I'm down to 3 right now, so.
You can experiment with the button. If anybody wants to, the instructions are there. I didn't make any pictures or inserts. But
Yep,
I thought it was
Sometimes it doesn't work. And I have something that's entertaining for me. And then I always have like all of the new kids books, all of those, take it again.
True, I am reading Great Priority and Daughter.
And then I got, somebody gave me intellectual devotional. But so it's like you read one page every day, but it's not prayers or meditation. It's like, oh, just thinking about science, just thinking about the history, just thinking about the nuts. So like, so yeah, so that book's gonna take all year. But then I have a Kindle, and then I listen to an audiobook while I'm walking, and then usually I get the book club kit from our book club, and so yeah, I'm not at all monogamous to any format.
I'm not either. I like to read different books. Because if you try to read all the same format, then you kind of cross your storylines over sometimes. If you're reading more than one book. Yeah.
Wasn't she with somebody else?
Yeah.
No, that was a completely different author.
Yeah, there was one time I was reading 2 of James Patterson's at the same time, and that was a dumb idea because I was crossing my storylines a little bit. Now, wait a minute, I thought she was in.
Then she hijacks it.
But did you know, have you ever noticed this? I'm a big James Patterson fan. I don't like it so much when he's writing with all these other. He in every single book has the same plan.
Oh, really?
That's my challenge to see.
James Patterson.
James
Is it a
Patterson.
cactus?
I've never noticed any plants.
He has
Give
the
us
same,
both.
he'll just, in some of his descriptions of someone's house, there is always the same, it's, I don't even know how to say the word, it's bougainvillea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Every single book of his has, even the books he's writing with other authors.
That's crazy. Don't you wonder how much he's really doing with these other authors?
Well, he's probably telling them, you have to have that in there.
That's why his contribution.
Yeah.
That's his
Between
trade.
James Patterson and Bill Clinton, I mean, they really. James
I haven't
Patterson.
read it yet, but I'm questioning it.
Yeah, but I
too.
bet Clinton gave you more insight.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Because you know more about it now. I'm wondering how much.
But I haven't read it
But
yet.
can you imagine, you're James Patterson, you're Daniel Steele, you're Clive Cussler, you have such an established history as an author that people want to write your book for you. So yeah, I will partner with you, please.
Or is it their agents? Just line it off.
Right.
Two names
They
together.
must find them too, please. The agent saying, you're going to do this because.
Now, are you on Facebook?
Yes, I am.
I'm gonna have to find you on Facebook.
Okay,
I wanna be your Facebook.
okay, here, I will give this to you. I'm on Facebook, I am Jennifer White. Yep.
Oh, wrong spelling. Relation to Judy's?
No, but she's very important in the day.
Is it you there now? It's only 19. Okay.
And this is my son, I just, so if you.
Yeah, that was
Because I
morning, Jenny. I think I made the right choice. Right up my alley. I just think it's hilarious that everybody still kind of has this whole old lady shush idea in their head.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank you for your ideas. Workshop like this. And we're talking about libraries and all library stuff. I have a million ideas now.
Well, like my phone is at 1% right now, so I'm gonna charge it up in the car on the way home. But yeah. Yes. And enjoy library board meeting and I have to go do tonight.
My library board meeting is next Monday, and my book club is next Wednesday. I haven't read the book yet. It's one that I've never read.
It's one of those homework books.
Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, your library is awesome.
Thank you very much.
I guess but you can.
But they don't need any other librarians, I asked. So I tried.
You're not hiring.
We're not hiring. I just got my job and I really like it, so I really don't.
It was sure nice talking to you.
You too.
I'm
Nice
sure
to meet
our paths
you.
will cross again.
Well, next time I'm in Schuyler buying groceries.
Yes, do stop by.
I'll have to stop and see you. Okay.
Well, I know my granddaughter. Bye. I know it, I know. Well, we have. Thank you, Kathy. Next week. You're welcome. Good to see you.
This was a reject.
So, Tammy, do you send this into the?
Yes, I can, and I can send it in. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, there are. So you should say, but I'll send it in, yes. Oh, okay. I don't know what they need to do. Yeah.